in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know, that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna free your mind tonight.
Check. They don't know. Wow. It is 0:35 August 1st, Saturday. 08:35, that's Central European Time, 02:35 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. Wow, I love that song. You know, one of the blessings that I've been given is to be able to write. You know what I'm saying? I don't just write music. You know, I write stories. You know, a lot of people don't know that I write stories. So, you know, and I write stories for documentary style films. You know, in case you don't know, I worked in multimedia for over 25 years. You know what I mean? Starting off freelancing in NYC. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I know a lot of people in NYC. Also work for some companies in Washington, D.C. A lot of people don't know I actually worked for BET too for a short period of time. And, you know, But I was lucky enough to go to school in Denmark for communications. When I first came here, that's one of the first things I did when I settled down in Denmark was go to school. And luckily, Denmark, everybody has the opportunity to go to school to advance your higher learning if you want to. And I got a lot out of it because one thing is I already knew what I wanted to kind of do with it, being as though I got a background in music and working. I worked a little bit in the music industry, so I got a chance to see how the music industry works and how communications is a big part of it. I mean, making videos, making music videos, making album covers, making promotional materials. Also the radio is communications, recording, recording music is communications. It's a broad field, but I went to school for specifically digital communications, so that was when you could say the art world was moving heavy into the digital realm. You know what I'm saying? So I got a leg up on that thanks to Denmark. And it's one of the things that I've always loved and I've always followed up on, So I connected my love to music with broader things. My love for art and communications was a great way to be able to work in that. So when I listen to my music, sometimes I think, damn, that's a beautiful message. Because I remember hip hop when hip hop was very positive. Hip hop had beautiful messages, man. Messages about life, messages about love, messages about struggle, messages about all kinds of things. And then all of a sudden it turned into booty shaking and, I'm a pimp and, get that money, go get it, got to get that money. And, not sure that's the most positive thing you could do for your people's minds and your children's minds. You know what I'm saying? And so I knew I didn't want to go down that path. So I stayed with something that I liked. And that is making more positive stories. You know what I mean? Or more realistic stories. You know what I'm saying? But big up to those of you that actually check out my music. That song was called They Don't Know. And it's probably one of my better pieces, but it's not the only one. I mean, I have a lot of stuff that I don't play, that I haven't released, that I'm still working on some things too, new stuff, but I got a lot of stuff that's already finished and I just haven't had a chance to really put it out. So I'm compiling my next LP right now. And I kind of have an idea what the name of it is going to be, but I'm taking my time. It's going to be a little different. The first one was kind of really hip-hoppy. Really hip hoppy, and I really like that sound for what it is, but I'm advancing it. I don't want to do the exact same style. So that track, They Don't Know, is not from the old hip hoppy stuff. It's a little bit newer, right? And also this track, All We Need Is One Love. This one also, this is newer, So my new project is headed down that lines, you know what I mean? Of course, it's going to be some love songs in there and some songs about friendship and songs about just growing up, songs everybody can relate to, you know what I mean? Songs about struggle too, but the sound is going to be a little different, and so it also helps bring out some different energy from me too. So I appreciate those that love good music and appreciate good music. So so in any case, but listen, y'all, today, wow, we got 3 topics. We do have the Fauci thing because we have to talk about Fauci. That won't be so long, but we're going to go through it pretty fast. We didn't have a chance to. The next thing is this big migrant thing that happened, Woo, migrants, everybody, right wing, got to get your laws together. Time to clamp down on the migrants, even though Trump is out there creating a migrant crisis, What do you do? I mean, is it going to be more of the same? Yeah, or is it going to be something more, how can I say this, more nuanced and responsible? Or are we just going to clamp down on all the rats that run from the war that's created, who knows, or poverty, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so we have that dynamic going also. And then we're going to touch on this thing about Trump calling his own intelligence community some goddamn liars. I mean, Trump seems to think the intelligence community lies all the time to him. And he just trusts Putin all the time. And now he trusts Iran. While he's in a war with them, he's like, nah, I trust them, And of course, you know why he trusts them, right? Because the issue is about elections, and he just needs to win this next election. These Republicans, Iran is just helping the Dems. That's just what it's got to be. And of course, he's the only politician we have in the history of the country that went out there and said, Putin, if you got the emails, Hillary emails, help us, please. I'm begging you. He said Putin's his friend. She's his friend. All the people are his friends that his intelligence community says, man, they out to fuck you and fuck our country over. And Trump is like, I trust them. So let's get into it. Enough said. This is the world we live in. And it has consequences to people's lives. Of course, while all that is going on, Americans are going to get broker and broker. So if you're cheering this kind of stuff, I don't know what's wrong with you, because, after all, you support everybody else that has universal health care, but yet you don't want it for yourself. Can you blame Trump, though? Can you blame the right wing when the people that vote for them are even dumber? Can you really just blame them? I'm tired of blaming Trump. I blame the people, the dumbasses that vote for being raped and pillaged themselves. And half of the country in the United States literally votes to be raped and pillaged. They vote for it every time. And when you say, the wealthy have to pay their fair share, they start calling you a communist. They start, they start saying you want stuff for free when it's your goddamn tax money you're talking about. How dare someone come and open up your check, say, give me this motherfucker, and then say you want something for free. If that's not the ultimate pimp hand, I don't know what is, But in any case, if this is how Americans want it, it's how you're going to get it. And since I'm an American that lives outside of the USA, and I have universal health care, and my kids have it too, and my kids about to go to school just like I did here, I say, if that's what you want for yourself in the U.S., go for it, man. Good job. Yay. Don't listen to me. Don't try to be like me. Try to be like yourself. But I am not trying to be like you. I'm going to tell you that much. So let's start off where we stopped yesterday. And because this is the only proper thing to understand, the Republicans said it best. Who pleads the fifth if they're not guilty of anything? So let's find out who that is. Who pleads the fifth if they're not guilty of anything? Let's find out.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
He's going to swear to tell the truth and then plead the fifth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Trump. My name is Letitia James, and I'm the Attorney General of the great state of New York. Before we begin, if everyone would please, anything you say in this examination may be used in a civil proceeding, and that can include a civil enforcement proceeding or a criminal action. Do you understand that?
I think.
Is that a yes?
I don't know what I did wrong, but the answer is yes, I do understand.
Thank you. Finally, this investigation is confidential. We request that you not discuss this matter, your testimony here today, and any documents that you have produced or may produce in connection with today's testimony with anyone other than your attorneys. Do you understand that, sir?
No. When you say confidential, we're not allowed to talk about this to the press? Or?
Correct.
I believe what she means is what happened in this room, the details of what happened in this room.
Okay.
Obviously,
okay with me.
Yeah.
And the fact that it happened, yes, but not the details.
Okay.
Mr. Trump, what did you do to prepare for today's examination?
You can start. You can read your sentence.
Very little.
Read your statement.
If you'd like, I could read the statement, but very little.
Well,
Excuse me.
Read the statement.
can we go?
He says he did very little. Well, one thing he did was prepare that statement. He He's about to read this long ass statement. He prepared that. They worked a long time on that one, huh? You know, here's what it is. I worked on very little, but here it is.
Very little. If you'd like, I could read the statement, but very little.
Look, his attorney has to tell him 3 times, read the statement, read the statement, read the statement. It's like, and he's still not going to do it because Trump is a narcissist. You know, he likes to be able to lie. And if you challenge him, he doubles down on the lie. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter what else it reveals. He's just going to do it.
Very little. If you'd like, I could read the statement, but very little.
If you like,
well,
your goddamn attorney just told you 3 times. He's like, if you like. So he doesn't listen to his own attorneys. You see, he doesn't listen to his own attorneys and shit. And Trump has paid little dwarf trolls out here everywhere. Trump 2028, yay! Can you give us an education on the United States? Can you enlighten us? What is the Constitution? Truth is whatever that is. 112. Can you explain to us something about the U.S. so we know you're American? I mean, goddamn, you know, Trump has people just out here from all over the place. They don't have anything on their YouTube pages. They don't have anything showing you that they're American, but Trump 2028. That's it. That's it.
Excuse me. Read the statement.
Can we go?
Yes, he would like.
I will now use my moment to go off the record.
Thank you. Sorry. Just read the statement.
We're going off the record at 9:44.
Speak English. I don't know what 3 scoops president is. Okay, Mr. Trump 2028. I told you.
A.M.
Mr. Trump, I understand you have a statement that you wanted to read into the record.
Yes.
Would you please feel free to start at any time?
Thank you very much. This is the greatest witch hunt in the history of our country.
All right. So what that means is right now what they are doing is they're on a witch hunt for Fauci, right? Because Fauci pleaded the 5th, right? Fauci, do you know how many times Fauci has appeared before the United States Congress, Senate, since when is this? Since COVID came to be? Let's review that real quick, just so people have an idea of what's going on. It's crazy. It is insane. But let me just pull this up. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, they got Fauci back. Trump, how many times has Trump testified in front of Congress? Not one time. Let's see here. Let me pull this up. Let me see. Now, Trump was president. He said that, so that would be 2017. How many times has Fauci appeared before the U.S. government to answer questions via Congress, Senate, or another institution? Right? Here we go. Since 2017. I mean, this is what I found crazy. He spent over something like what is it, 100 damn hours? Fauci has spent over 100 hours. It's crazy. Dr. Anthony Fauci has appeared before U.S. Congress, congressional committees, House of Senate more than 20 times to testify publicly or sit for transcribed interviews regarding public health responses, viral research, and COVID-19 pandemic. Key appearances: pre-pandemic, 2017, 2019, before COVID. Fauci appeared routinely, typically a few times a year before House and Senate appropriations subcommittees to present annual budgets and brief lawmakers on public health issues like Ebola, Zika, and seasonal influenza. Peak, right? Pandemic, 2020, right? His appearances urged, hold on, wait a second. I want to go. Let me see. I want to make sure he doesn't leave out when Trump was in office. Don't leave out when Trump was president. The first. Yeah, I want to make sure of this, right? Because it's a lot of times, you know, people need to understand. Here we go. So let's start off here, right? 2017. Now, during Trump's first administration, right? During President Trump's first term, Dr. Fauci's appearances transitioned rapidly from routinely agency oversight to some of the most highly profiled congressional hearings in modern history. Routine oversight in pre-pandemic. 2017 to 2019. Testified multiple times annually. The House and Senate Appropriations Subcommittees presented NIAID budget proposals, briefed lawmakers on emergency infectious diseases, Ebola, Zika, seasonal flu, etc. Right? COVID-19 outbreak 2020. So Trump is still president here. May 12th, 2020. Testified before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Help Committee on safely reopening schools and businesses, right? Then you have June 23rd, 2020, testified before the House Energy and Commerce Committee alongside CDC. Okay. July 31st, 2020, testified before the House Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus Crisis regarding vaccine development, Operation Warp Speed and mitigation. September 23, 2020, this is still Trump's term, returned to the Senate Help Committee to provide updates on COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials. Late 2020, this is still Trump's term, briefings, right? Participated in dozens of classified, unclassified, bicameral member briefings, part of the White House Corona task force, right? So that's all. Oh, that's under Trump, right? Now on to Biden, right? Biden took over in 2021, right? January. Now serving as the chief. So you can see Fauci has appeared. Look at this. How many? Now look at this. Just look at this. Look at this. How many goddamn times? Now, how many hours is this? How many hours is this total? I mean, just so people can understand, just so you can understand, they have asked the man every goddamn question that there is on earth during Trump's first administration, during Biden's administration when they doubted him, and after. So what is this? Like, here, look at this. Time breakdown. For January 8th to the 9th, 14 hours in a single intensive 2-day closed door session before a House Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus pandemic lasted 14 hours. 14 hours in 2024. You had this goddamn man 14 hours and you didn't get everything you needed. Public congressional hearings 2017 to 2026. 60 to 80 hours. 60 to 80 hours. You would think 14 is a lot. No, 60 to 80. Damn. And they still looking for more. Still looking for more. 2025 public hearings. This is crazy. Look, 20 to 25 plus public hearings in 2017 alone. 12 to 15 hearings, 30 to 45 hours. Biden administration, 8 to 10 hearings, 20 to 30 hours. Post-retirement inquiries, 24 to 26. Major hearings, June 2024. This is still when Biden's in office, 3.5 hours, right? July 2026. This is just recently, 3 hours. So the shortest time was this last time. So, I mean, now let's get back to Trump, because how long has Trump ever sat before anybody? How long? How long do you think? Especially in front of our government, not the judicial branch, the Congress or the Senate or a committee. How long do you think that's been? He's never answered any questions. Period. He hasn't answered any questions about Mar-a-Lago taking the goddamn top secret documents and sharing them with people that don't have top secret clearance. Basically stealing. We still don't have an exact number of how many pages of classified documents that was. You know, what about Epstein's relationship? Any meeting about his friendship for 15 years with Epstein at the height of his blackmailing, height of his sex trafficking, height of his minor, exploitation of minors, espionage, Any subcommittee, any Senate meeting, any House meeting about that? No. It's crazy.
President or perhaps even another politician who has been persecuted, harassed, and in every other way unfairly treated, like President Donald J. Trump.
Oh, really? I like the word he used, witch hunt. That must apply to Fauci, right? Since that's what Republicans are, they say, oh, well, this was a witch hunt. Just because he pleaded the fifth doesn't mean he did it. That's what they said about Trump.
What?
Fauci appeared more than Trump in public meetings, way more, probably more than any other person is ever.
Letitia James has tried to do the last number of years is a disgrace to the legal system, an affront to the New York State taxpayers.
Jay Dizzle wants to know, what is my point? Jay Dizzle, my point is you're not American. That's my point. You're a troll. That's my point. Hop up. You won't do it. That's my point. You won't hop up on the panel, Jay Dizzle. I bet you. All right? That's my point.
And a violation of the solemn rights and protections afforded by the United States Constitution. She developed it. I once asked, if you're innocent...
Jay Dizzle, my point is you're a hypocrite. And so is
Trump. Why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? I was asking that question.
What? Let's hear it again. What did he say?
Constitution. She developed it.
Good question.
I once asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? I was asking that question.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you all that question. If he's innocent, why is he about to take the Fifth Amendment? Trump. If he's innocent, why is he about to take the Fifth Amendment? Anybody got the answer? Anybody got the answer? What's the answer to that? And let's apply that to everybody else on earth. If he's innocent, why is he taking the Fifth?
Now
he's about to tell us. At least we know why he's doing it, right? It doesn't apply to nobody else because no, that's not how MAGA works. Trump is the exception.
I know the answer to that question. When your family, your company, and all the people in your orbit have become the targets of an unfounded, politically motivated witch hunt supported by lawyers, prosecutors, and even the fake news media, you really have no choice.
Now, keep in mind, everything about Fauci and this vaccine, this agency is under the White House. It's under the executive branch. So he had all access to all the communications, all the documents that Fauci had, right? Even during the Corona outbreak, right? Now, so Trump doesn't have any reason to not be informed about it, or his staff, because obviously that was called a global pandemic. If you don't want to keep up on that, what the hell are you keeping up on, right? So just keep that in mind. He had all the access, but Trump didn't go out and say what the experts said from his own administration, Fauci. He didn't go and tell the public that. He told the public something else. He manufactured things that are not real and told the public shit like Clorox, shit like you can go stand in the light, all types of things that were not backed up by any science community, especially not his. Now, what does he have? What else does he do that goes down the same line? He doesn't trust his own intelligence community. When his own intelligence community says something, he goes out and says the opposite. He calls them liars and says, I trust the enemies. Now, the people that were spreading the disinformation, Russia, China, who else, about COVID, that's the information Trump recited over his microphone. He does the same thing when it comes to everything. All he does is recite the disinformation from the same people that the intelligence community say are attacking our country using disinformation. That's what Trump does. That's all he does.
We cannot permit a renegade and out-of-control prosecutor to use this investigation as a means of advancing her political career. New York deserves better, and this country deserves better.
So they asked him, the first question was, what did you do to prepare for this hearing? Nothing, not a lot. And now he's got like this long ass statement that he's going to read. Like, that's not preparation for this hearing.
This is a vindictive and self-serving
He's reading this shit off a piece of paper. That's not prepared.
fishing expedition, the likes of which this country has perhaps never seen before. If there was any question in my mind, the raid on my home 2 days ago, Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach, Florida.
Has he ever sat in front of Congress or the Senate to answer questions about that? See, this is why they told him he can't talk to the press. But see, he's trying to find another way to talk to the press. So he wants to introduce all of the fabrications again in the form of being a victim so he can get out to the press. The same shit, but he won't sit before Congress. You see what I mean? So basically, the man doesn't want to be in any position to tell the truth. He just wants to be able to make a blanket statement and then go back to, I plead the fifth, F-I-F. That's exactly what he's doing. And these Republicans have the nerve to be talking about Fauci, who sat before them how many goddamn hours? How many goddamn hours has Fauci sat before the goddamn U.S. government since COVID? Since COVID progressed from 2017 to 2026, 60 to 80 hours. 60 to 80 hours. And this dude won't sit before Congress 1 second. Not 1 second for anything he's been alleged of doing. Not for his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which he is the person mentioned the most. Not for Mar-a-Lago, and he's the person mentioned the most. Not for anything whatsoever. So, excuse me, but why is any American following the law at all? There's no fucking law. There's no law. The law does not apply. It just doesn't. The law is supposed to work exactly the same for every citizen, period, no matter who they are. You see how the law applies to Trump. You pay his salary. You should be entitled to do the same shit that he's entitled to do. And be accepted exactly how Republicans accept him. Exactly how they accept him as being good. If you break every fucking law in the book, they should look at you and say, "Yeah, you're good." Hang out with sex traffickers. Oh, you good. Best friend, a sex trafficker for 15 years. Oh, he's a good man. He's a good man. That's exactly what they should say. And that is what they're saying. I mean, they out here vouching for the Tate brothers. I mean, goddamn, who does that? You want me to find you some more sex traffickers to vouch for? What the fuck? I don't know any, but I'm sure if you go on the internet, you can find some. Come on, let's get them all pardons. Let's get all the sex traffickers that have been wrongly politically fucking prosecuted. All of them. Just every single one are political victims. Just let them out.
By the FBI just 2 days prior to this deposition. Think of it. Wiped out any of that uncertainty. I have absolutely no choice because the current administration and many prosecutors in this country have lost all moral and ethical bounds of decency.
So, does that apply to Fauci, that statement right there? Why should Fauci speak before Congress when Trump feels this way about Congress and the Senate? Listen to this.
Think
all lawmakers
of it. Wiped out any of that uncertainty. I have absolutely no choice because the current administration and many prosecutors in this country have lost all moral and ethical bounds of decency. Anyone in my position not taking the Fifth Amendment would be a fool, an absolute fool.
Anyone in Fauci's position not taking the Fifth Amendment would be an absolute fool. It's a political witch hunt.
One statement or answer that is ever so slightly off, just ever so slightly, by accident, by mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Fauci probably heard this and was like, you know what? Maybe this guy has a point.
Such as it was a sunny and beautiful day, when actually it was slightly overcast, would be met by law enforcement at a level seldom seen in this country, because I've experienced it. The United States Constitution.
They accuse Fauci of committing crimes, of being a treasonist. That's what they accuse him of. Without in an informal sense, because obviously they don't have any proof of that. But the internet does. The internet accuses Fauci of murdering millions of people. Go to jail. Boo Fauci. So why should he talk anymore? Why should he speak anymore? He spoke 80 goddamn hours already. What are you going to get out of him? Do you know how many hours? That's 2 MFing weeks of full time. That means he sat there for 2 weeks full time. He just came in there. That's 2 weeks full time work. Maybe that's more than 2 weeks in every other Western country, but since the U.S. 40 hours is full time, pretty much, they would be there 40. He spent 2 weeks just in front of people asking him questions. Trump has spent 0 time speaking to Congress. Fauci's never been accused of a crime. Trump has several. He's never sat before Congress. Why can't he sit before Congress? Why couldn't he sit before Congress when he wasn't president? Why not? Anything illegal about that? He could have done that. Didn't do it. So in any case, now let's get on to how they treat. We know how they treat this bastard, right? The best friend of Jeffrey Epstein. We know how they treat him. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. In fact, he gets treated better than any human being on earth while being a piece of shit. Right? So let's go and look at how they treat Fauci, the person who's never been charged of a crime. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Click the like button.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let's do the... Dr. Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasure Center, NBAC, at Fort Detrick?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community, CIA, ODNI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether or not gain-of-function research is still ongoing.
See, here's a lot of misinformation still going on about COVID. And listen, it's wonderful if you go out and do the research, but don't do half of it, because it could be really misleading and you could kill people by giving people improper information. And that's exactly what we don't celebrate. We don't celebrate Trump-style disinformation. OK, we don't celebrate information designed to kill human beings. All right. So whenever possible, if you don't know something, make a statement that sounds like that. Okay. So this is what happened. Somebody mentioned Sweden and Denmark. Somebody mentioned Sweden. They knew it was all fake. No, Sweden didn't know anything was bullshit. That's a ridiculous statement, dude. Like, did you even look up what went on there? The Scandinavian nations, they didn't agree on how to respond. But here are the facts. Okay? Denmark had COVID vaccines. They had masks, and they also had home isolation. Okay? I worked through that period, so I had to wear as a matter of fact, the picture that you see of me in my avatar, that's actually me. That thing I have on my face is when I was working, because I was actually driving for, I was doing, what do they call it? Special, I was doing transport for, like, what do you call it? Health reasons and things like this, right? But, health industry. So that's me driving, and that's what I had to put on. I didn't even have another type of mask. I put that shit on, and I even had to drive to Sweden to deliver some stuff. Everything was, everything was closed. Public transport was not rocking, between Denmark and Sweden like that. So they even had the border closed down, but of course certain transport vehicles are allowed to go. So I actually drove to Sweden. That's the mask I had on when I drove to Sweden across the border. I had to get stopped and show them, they check you. They check you 100%. But since I had special permission to do that, I was able to get through. But here's the data. Denmark, COVID-19 deaths, 8,814. Population, 5,009 million. Deaths per 100 people, 150. Sweden, total COVID-19 deaths, 27,407. Population, 10.5. Deaths per 100,000 people, 261. That is 100 people more per 1,000 persons. That's just what the facts are. Okay. Now, Denmark didn't really. People try to complain and say that they force people to do certain things. They did have some restrictions. They had a lot of restrictions. But you weren't forced to wear a mask, right? People wore the mask on their own, right? I think to some degree, certain schools didn't want kids coming if they weren't getting the vaccine after a while. I'm not really sure. You got to check in on that specifically. But you could see there was two really different ways of approaching this. Sweden didn't have a shutdown. Sweden had 100 more deaths per 100,000 people than Denmark. So the approach that Denmark took saved lives, many more lives. And if your goal is to save lives, this might matter to you. So it's just for people to know. It's always better to look up the information. Don't just believe what you hear over the internet from anybody. Of course, if you want to know, I only read information with sources, real sources, This source right here pulls the government, Sweden's governmental data and Denmark's governmental data. So it's important to know. Listen, absolute death difference. Sweden had roughly 3.1 times as many total deaths as Denmark. Two different approaches. There you have it. At the end of it, it's a crossover population. So Denmark did it under the theory of Fauci. Herding would ultimately limit it. But the herding would be led by people that got the vaccines. So when they got the virus, they wouldn't experience the more traumatic versions of it. And then if they spread it to someone else, it would be weaker. That's basically what herding is. You see? So the crossover effect is that Sweden still got herded. It's just they lost 3.1 times more people with a different process. So let's continue now with some more facts. We're watching Fact TV. If you want to hop up on the panel, go right ahead. I would love for you to hop up on the panel, especially if you think you have something vital to share with people. We like to hear people's voices, even if you don't have to speak English perfectly. That's not necessary. The reason why we'd like to hear your voice is so we can get an idea of what part of the world you're from. All right. And then you can also be asked some questions, put on the spot. You know what I mean? And see how you react. And I want you to come up and ask me questions the same way. You see what I mean? We just call it, being able to qualify the information that is being shared. When you don't hop up and no one can hear your voice and you don't have anything on your YouTube page, it's hard to qualify, and a lot of you don't even have facts. You know what I mean? You're just sharing what somebody told you,
And these are
so qualifying it would help, but in any case.
Important questions the American people deserve to know. Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program concerning gain-of-function research?
Oh, now, Christian, now you're talking about the heat wave. Why are you moving we're not talking about the heat wave, Christian. We're only talking about Fauci and what's relevant to Fauci. And COVID is fair enough. Okay? Don't change the subject, Christian. That's what trolls do. And Christian, here, let me invite you up personally on the panel. Since you obviously have a lot to discuss, I want to know if you're a troll. Let's hear your voice, buddy. Come on up. Let's talk. Let's have some real talk.
Church.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it, they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular family of coronaviruses, the sarbecoviruses, they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the codons used out of 36 different possibilities turned out to be the one that was commonly used in gene manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the...
Listen, Christian, you saying you're from Germany. You told me 3 times you're from Germany. But listen, you don't have anything on your YouTube page that shows anybody that any of that, what you say about being from Germany is true. So I've been to Germany plenty of times. I've been to the East, been to the West. I know what Germany looks like. So share some pictures, man. If you don't want to hop up, you can still do a lot more to qualify it. Now you can also come up and let's hear you speak some German so we can understand that you're actually German, maybe German. A lot of other people speak German. You could be from Switzerland speaking German. You could be from Austria speaking German. What type of German do you speak? You see? So, all right. You don't care whether I believe you. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, no problem, man. You're in my chat. So I care. There you go. Learn how to stick to the topic. All right. We're talking about Fauci. We're not talking about the heat wave. OK, we're talking about Fauci and COVID and what was said about him. OK, and the only reason why I came to Denmark is because you shared some false information. OK, and I had to show people the information that you shared was false. You said that Sweden knew it was all bullshit. I showed you the data from the government that said, no, actually, 3.1 more times people died in Sweden than in Denmark because Denmark used a different methodology. They used a different herding method. They used herding with vaccines, with masks, and with home isolation. That's what Denmark did. Sweden didn't do that. The result, more people died per person. 3.1 more people died in Sweden per person than in Denmark. Those is the facts, buddy. And it doesn't matter if you speak in German, if you speak in Chinese, if you speak in Russian, if you're speaking Spanish, if you speak in, if you speak in Yoruba. All right. Some people speak Yoruba out here, too. If you speak in Tree. All right. Doesn't matter. If you speak in Buganda. All right. Still doesn't matter. Moroccan. Doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, a Jew, a Christian. Doesn't matter if you're black, white. Doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman. Doesn't matter if you're gay, straight. Them's the facts, dude. Now, come on. Let's move forward.
The scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology capable of inserting a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Greg, why does Fauci need to be held? Why does Fauci need to be held responsible? Responsible for what? What'd he do? What's he charged of? Is he charged of a crime? Trump was charged of many crimes. He pleaded the fifth to all of them. Okay? Fauci has sat before the U.S. government from between up to 80 hours over this one issue. 80 goddamn hours. How many times has Trump sat before the Congress? 0. Okay? Trump has been accused of crimes. He never sat before Congress, and the crimes are horrendous crimes. The worst kind of crimes any American citizen could ever commit against their own country. Okay? He hasn't sat for one second. And Fauci has sat for 80 hours, and you couldn't get all that information from him? 80 hours before the last time. You couldn't get all the information you needed? It's like, damn. It's crazy.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus, and this would be a SARS virus that the backbone itself wasn't that dangerous, but then they would dig through guano, 300 feet underground, bat guano. They'd find other viruses, unknown viruses. They'd take the S protein off of an unknown virus and stick it on a backbone. And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could create a virus that infects humans. Now, many people would say, well, gosh, that doesn't sound like a really good idea to create viruses that don't exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells. What if one escaped? What if you keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus to be infectious to humans? So the question is whether or not Dr. Fauci, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was combining an S protein with
Greg, everybody, Gregor is anonymous and unidentified. So just beware of that when you read his comments.
one virus with the backbone of others. And could this lead to a virus? Maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the viruses that have been published. And nobody's really arguing that. I think from the very beginning, people acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side who tries to call the other side of conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen.
Survive 2025. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. How do you like it in your first year?
An article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. You know, these are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science. But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory, we're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research should have had more scrutiny. I think in your House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you've said that even recently, that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing for America. But at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs, was closed down in the last year or two because of, research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, And then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there, and none of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs where this dangerous research was occurring, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So one of the main theories for those who have looked at this being created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was said to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19? Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China.
Okay, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. We're just comparing his testimony. We're comparing his testimony to Trump's. And see what people think. Is there a difference? Do you feel different about Trump pleading the Fifth than you do Fauci? Explain why.
Tried to do the last number of years is a disgrace to the legal system, an affront to the New York State taxpayers, and a violation of the solemn rights and protections afforded by the United States Constitution. She developed. I once asked, if you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment? I was asking that question. Now I know the answer to that question. When your family, your company, and all the people in your orbit have become the targets of an unfounded, politically motivated witch hunt supported by lawyers, prosecutors, and even the fake news media, you really have no choice. We cannot permit a renegade and out-of-control prosecutor to use this investigation as a means of advancing her political.
So, Trump believes that pleading the Fifth is perfectly fine, especially when people are trying to politically attack you. There it is. There it is. So there's plenty of people that believe Fauci, since he sat in front of Congress more than anybody else probably in the history of the country. Even people tried of treason don't sit in front of Congress that goddamn long. I mean, 80 fucking hours. This man has been before Congress 80. He was before Congress 70 hours before the last time. No, 70 something plus hours before the last time he's been there. Just this last day. Over one thing, COVID. Okay. Sorry, what is it that you were going to get in this 3 hours that you couldn't get in 70 something plus hours? What is it you're going to find now? He sat during Trump's administration, the first one, Biden's administration, the second one, and now Trump's administration too. I mean, it's not the first time. Is it? Let me see something here. How many times just this actual time under Trump? How many times has Fauci sat before this current? Let me see. I'm curious about that. Fauci didn't kill any people. That's a fabrication. He's never been charged of that. You see, and there's no judicial body, including the United States, that has accused him of that. The FBI hasn't accused him of that. No state government has accused him of that. Nobody. So just now, let me see here. July 2021, State Homeland Contact Subpoena. Okay, this is the first time he sat under this administration. The first time. He sat before under Trump's administration. Let's see here. How many times? I mean, let me see. How many hours? How many times and hours? Trump's first admin. During Trump's first administration, let's see how many hours that was. How many times and how many hours? Let's see here. boop, 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 35 to 45 hours. He sat in Trump's first administration. He sat 12 to 14 times, equaling 35 to 45 hours max. 45 hours. Okay. Now let's see here. Under Biden. Next question. Under Biden. Not that math matters to a lot of people, especially maggots, but let's see here. Breakdown. During the Biden administration, Anthony Fauci sat before Congress approximately 10 to 12 times. That's the same amount, 30 to 40 hours. That's the same amount of time. So he already sat before 2 administrations about COVID. And now Trump wants him back. What a coincidence. Needing something for the election? Election giving you the shakes? Blue wave bothering somebody? Same thing. All of a sudden, it's the conspiracy theories out of the works. All the same conspiracies they didn't have time to prove any other time. Nobody wants to take anybody to jail. They just want them to sit before Congress of crimes. You know what I mean? No, federal government's not arresting Fauci. They haven't accused him of shit. Interesting. Very interesting, Very interesting. But in any case, let's go back to Fauci. Since we heard here, you're going to hear Trump. This motherfucker, he pleaded. You know how long this, he sat there for 11 minutes and pleaded what? The fifth, how many times? He pleaded moments ago. He pleaded the fifth. And now Trump supporters
could have been close enough.
Now Trump supporters got the nerve to be talking about Fauci pleading the fifth. People care about COVID. This man saved your goddamn life. Okay? And you try to fabricate and pretend like he killed somebody. Hello, he saved your life. This is why I want people to hop up. This is why I want people who think this shit to put stuff on their own YouTube profile that proves they're American, proves there's something. Where are you getting this from? I want to know. What did your country do? Qualify something about yourself. Don't just sit there being anonymous and unidentified making claims. Okay? If you look, what state, what country do you live in? Where did you not? I live in Denmark. I'm an American citizen. I live in Denmark. I got 2 of the vaccines. I didn't even get the third one. I got 2 of them. Okay? I think my youngest daughter, she didn't get it until later. They advised that kids, not necessarily do that. So the kids didn't really get the vaccine, right? They got it. You get it later in life. You don't get the vaccine early. But here's the thing. Denmark had 3.1 times less the deaths than Sweden had per person. Sweden didn't have the vaccine, really. They didn't make it, it wasn't prominently promoted. They didn't have isolation. They didn't have masks, really, And so 3.1 times more people died in Sweden than in Denmark. Okay? Denmark used different methods. They saved lives. So Fauci's method saved lives in the Scandinavian. Okay? So I want to know, everybody in the chat, what state and country do you come from? If you live in the U.S., tell me your state. If you're not from the U.S., tell me your country. And I want to look at what the laws were in your country. I want to look at what the death rates were in your country. Let's see how it adds up. Let's see if your logic matches your comments, and especially. Oh no! Somebody said, "Oh, Survive." You said, "What the f did you say that triggered people?" I'm progressive. No, you made some comment. I think you were being sarcastic. But you were being sarcastic about maggots' thoughts in their comments about COVID. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of hard to read. That's what that was about. Don't worry about it. Survive. You good, man? Yeah. It's cool. You good, man? Don't worry. It's since it was about COVID, I want to be careful because I don't want to spread any disinformation from people, about people. It's important that people know the facts about this. Now, listen, everybody in the chat, since the chat is open, it's even in unsubscriber mode. If you're a cool ass person, you would subscribe, but I'm not depending on that. I get enough subscribers. I'll probably, about 100 or so every week, 200 subscribers every week. But listen, we do have the chat open for anthropological reasons. So when I ask these questions, it's important. It's not just your comment that matters. I want to know where you from. Okay. So right now I want everybody in the chat to put the state where they're from, if they're American, or the country where they're from, if they're not American. That data can be used. So even if, no matter what you're thinking, regardless of what else you're thinking, I want you to put that in the chat. So I'm going to stop right here and wait until people respond to that. If you're American, put the state that you're from during COVID. If you're not American, put the country that you are from that you were living in during COVID. I want to see what people say. Somebody said Germany. You had to block his ass. Now keep in mind, if you from some country, wherever you're from, it's a good idea to have stuff on your YouTube page. Like, just take a picture of your garden. How about that? You don't have to show your house. You don't have to show your street address. But when you say you're from a place, people want to know these days, because these are the days of the troll. And these are the days of disinformation on the internet. So it is going to become more popular for people to start unmasking, like myself, so folks can trust, that at least they believe the shit they're saying. Like, the stuff I'm saying, I believe. I'm not hiding. Okay. So when people hide, you don't really know if they even believe what they're saying. You see? So, where is, okay, Chi-Town. Okay, Survivor's from Chi-Town. Don is from, Donovan is Kansas City. Okay, excuse me if I forget sometimes, but it's still good for other people too that don't know. Let's see, Eric, yeah, of course, Cali. Yo, R3, where you from, R3? Where were you? Oh, Wales. Okay, I got you. But are you from Wales? I don't want to know what got hurt or who got harmed. I can look that up myself. If I want to know how bad or what some of the qualify those experiences, then that would be great. But listen, I want everybody to just focus on where they're at. Wales, UK. Okay, I got you. All right, good. Appreciate that. Linda, where were you during COVID? What country? If you're in the U.S., what state are you from? Where you living when COVID hit? And if you're not from the U.S., what country were you in? That way we can have some way of like digging up some of the data on the COVID experience there while we listen to Fauci. As you can see, we got some lame asses talking about he killed 2 million people, man. It's like, well, let's go look at the data. The data was somebody brought up earlier. Sweden knew it was bullshit. And then we looked up the data, Sweden, and compared it to Denmark. Denmark had a different herding method. It's all herding, by the way, but Denmark had an aggressive herding method. It was isolation. It was vaccines for adults. You weren't forced to take it, but most people took it voluntarily. And then they had the mask. Sweden didn't really have a mask. I don't think, maybe they had the mask, but they didn't do isolation. And the jab, I'm not sure. I think it was low. And the data came back when we compared the two countries. Sweden had 3.1 times more COVID deaths. So when we're talking about Fauci killing people, Fauci saved people when you compare the data. So, that's what I'm saying. So let's know where you're from. You may not have liked it then, but let's be real about the results, and let's quantify them and qualify the comments about COVID, so we can really know what happened in retrospect. There was a lot of people that were spooked. Disinformation. A lot of disinformation put out there to spook people. Did you know that? That's why it's important for us to understand that, listen, we don't need to hide anymore. You have First Amendment rights, even outside of the U.S. Every country in the West has First Amendment speech, freedom of expression, speech. So you don't got to hide yourself when you're having these conversations about politics. Don't even worry about hiding yourself, because the trolls are there with the hidden. You see what I'm saying? So let's make the trolls. Let's push the trolls out. The people that are part of the foreign troll farms that want to bury the West. Let's put them out on Jump Street. And how we do that is by coming out ourselves, and being who we are. You see, So let's continue. Let's
Relative to create.
Let's look at this moron. Thanks for everybody for coming out this morning. It's a beautiful Saturday. It's a beautiful Saturday, by the way.
COVID-19. Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research. But there's another important question. Did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fuccier did. And it's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. And this wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists. Over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Working Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research, and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fuccier, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner. People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this. But this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks. Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, since we now know 15 million people died worldwide? Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline.
It's so funny because it's almost like he's asking questions like he doesn't know anything about vaccines. This dude is from the United States of America who's asking the questions. He's got a fucking vaccine himself. I mean, how many times has he been vaccinated? What does this dude? His name is Rand, Senator Rand. Let's go back here. This is just, sometimes I just wonder, like, how did he get so stupid all of a sudden? Dr. He put a doctor up there and shit. Like, why does he have doctor there? I mean, isn't he a senator or something? Is this guy it's Paul Rand, right? Let me see here. I just want to make sure I get the facts right, because that's important. The facts are important. I just want to it's Senator Paul Rand. This motherfucker. If you look, I'm sorry. Look, he doesn't have the representative thing up today. He has doctor. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, buddy. All right. So look, it's it's just this is just silly. It's silly. Look, if you want to know about vaccines, history of vaccines, it has a history, right? You can look it up. Because he's asking questions. It's like, man, you don't understand. That's how they do it these days. That's what they do. But it's still following the same basic test principles, man. Let's see here. What they want to do, right? What they're doing now is trying to make the most volatile thing so that they can make a vaccine from it that saves you from the most volatile version. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get ahead of it. That's what they're trying to do. And he's trying to spookify people about it. Let me see here. Has he gotten vaccinated ever in his life? I mean, obviously he has, I mean, come on. What do you think the polio vaccine is? Do you understand if people didn't get the polio vaccine, what would be happening? to a lot of people? Don't you understand vaccines in the United States have saved the population? Is not just the United States. The population has grown because of vaccines. I mean, all you got to do is study vaccines, the harm it's had on the human race. You know, I mean, not the harm, the pandemics and things like that, the harm those have had, how many people have gotten killed. And then you can see how many deaths have been reduced since the, since the use of vaccines. So, if you want to get an idea of where the bad is being done, you got to kind of look up the whole, history in a way. But look, this man asking the questions has extensively gotten vaccines himself. It's something people need to know, right? Because he's asking these goddamn questions. Listen, because he could refer either Senator Rand, Dr. Paul, or Dr. Paul Anthony Fauci for the recent discussion. Here's the status for both. Listen, Fauci, he's an immunologist, so of course he's gotten it. Now let's go down to Senator Rand Paul, but he today decided to call himself a doctor, right? Yes, but not for COVID-19. So he didn't take the COVID-19 vaccine, right? I know people that didn't take it. I took 2. There's more than one, by the way. There's 1, 2, and 3. Some people, depending on your age, you may not need the 3. Some people might need it, right? Now, as a licensed physician, whatever this is, ophthalmologist, Senator Paul has received routine vaccinations throughout his life and has publicly stated that he had his own children vaccinated. In 2015, he publicly tweeted a photo of himself getting the hepatitis A booster shot. Look, COVID-19 vaccine, publicly stated he chose not to get the COVID-19 vaccine after contracting the virus in March. Boom. He contracted the virus. He survived it. Duh. Okay. Now that's obvious. Most people do that. Why? Why do most people do that? Because today, if you have a real access to healthcare, the doctor knows what kind of COVID you got which kind of COVID you contracted, the actual strain. So why would they give you a fucking vaccine for the strain you already got? That's dumb. That's non-scientific. So guess how many people didn't get a particular vaccine because they already caught a particular strain of the virus? Loads of people. Guess who advised that they don't do it? They're doctors. Duh. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the vast amount of people that didn't get COVID. Right? The vast amount of people, what are you going to recommend? Because you can tell them what the odds are. You can tell them the odds, this amount of people are going to die from COVID. This is what it's already been spread. You do know it spread to other parts of the world before it came to the West, right? They had a lot of data on that. So that raised their concern, And then on top of that, they're all over the place. They're like trying to figure out how can you not be concerned, and at the same time you think it's a conspiracy coming out of China to kill people? Duh, that don't even make goddamn sense. Which one is it? Are you not concerned and don't want to take the vaccine? Or do you think they're trying to kill people and they spilled it out to the population, the COVID sick? Which one is it? And that's what kills me, man. This is how it's disinformation, But in any case, la 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 la. Now, he didn't get that one, but look, did he get a polio? Did it say he got a polio vaccine? Right, polio vaccine. Just curious about that. I mean, come on. Yes, because in most places they tell you have to in the U.S. Born in 1940, Dr. Fauci grew up. I mean, not Dr. Fauci, ran too. Born in 1963. This dude questioning him is 20 years younger than him. Got his ass out here again speaking to Congress after he already spoke for 70 hours. Now he's back again, supposed to answer more questions. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're a doctor. This is bullshit. Yes, born in 1963, Senator Paul received standard childhood immunizations, including polio vaccines, as part of a routine pediatric health care in the U.S. Okay. So what other vaccines were routine? That means you get it. A lot of people just get it in damn school. There was one time where you just had to get the shit. Like, for real. Some of this stuff you're going to fucking die if you don't get, like, straight up. Some of this stuff, something is going it may not start in the beginning of your child's life, but all of a sudden when they turn 9, 7, you know, some of these things can be very tragic. That's why they offer this service. Listen, polio, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis. People need to, go find out about this stuff. Polio is not a nice one. It is definitely not nice. Measles, mumps, rubella, just German measles. Hib, what is that? Haemophilus influenza, hepatitis B, varicella, chicken pox. I mean, you want chicken pox? You want a bad case of chicken pox? Put a 1 in the chat if you want a bad case of chicken pox. Have you seen what that looks like? Okay. Rotavirus. Really? Serious, man. HPV, human papillomavirus. Damn. Preteens. Okay. Hepatitis A, hepatitis B. Shit. I mean, really. So, I don't think a person that's being reasonable or getting reasonable information is going to be tripping over the COVID thing. But the problem is that, of course, if you got loads of disinformation that you never used to have, that's now telling you you're going to die, it's a conspiracy, y'all, be careful, then it's going to frighten people, But you got to get used to this, because this disinformation, if you're not critically able to think, shit, it's going to have you voting for goddamn Donald J. Trump again. Like, straight up. Serious. It is. So, I mean, come on now. Donald J. Trump, is there a millionaire in the chat that voted for Trump? Please let me know. How you doing when you voted for Trump? Don't be anonymous and unidentified either. If you're doing better than ever under Trump, show us some of that shit. Let us see it. Don't hide it. All right, now let's continue. I'm gonna play a little more of this nonsense. Actually, fuck this. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the Forbes breakdown. Let's see here. Get through this a little faster. That way we can get through some other news. Let me see. I want to read the chat. Snowman said,
issues for so long.
First of all, Snow Matium said, "Are you familiar with graphene oxides?" Slightly, but yeah. Is that your concern to COVID? Is that your specific concern to COVID? What is it in reference to specifically? And also here, come on. Here's the panel link. Boom. Hop on up. Panel link. Hop on up. There we go. Let's have a discussion about your theory. And then we can look up the information right here. We can see what your sources are for your information. We can dig it up and we can solve that problem right now. All right. So let's hear some more.
And before I conclude, if I can just put up our pardon. This is the pardon you have heard so much about. And Dr. Fauci, the only other person that got a pardon like this, I believe, had a last name of Biden. This pardon goes back to, and if you'll see, January the 1st of 2014. Did you talk to President Biden and ask for this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Who did you talk to in the White House about this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
I just want to remind people, Dr. Fauci is not in the Epstein files. Is he in the Epstein files? Anybody? Tell me. Is he in the Epstein files? Are they asking him anything about Epstein in this? Did anybody hear about that? I'm going to look that up right now.
Based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you specifically ask that it be dated?
Look, somebody named Block. Let me show y'all this. This is just, ridiculous. It's funny. It is funny. I got to show y'all this. Somebody wrote blah, 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 985. That's their name, and they want to be taken serious. They say I never got vaccinated and did not get it. I smoked weed through the period. The name is blah, blah, blah. Okay. So blah, blah, blah. What state do you live in? What country do you live in? Okay. Where is it at? What country do you live in? Blah, blah, blah. What? Why don't you show some shit about on your profile, man, about who you are? You know, that's why I try to tell people, listen, you might have insightful information, but people are not likely to just believe any old goddamn thing you say. You know, there is something called trolls, you know? So, the name blah, blah, blah ain't helping either. All right. The first thing I thought is that is actually what you talk. Blah, blah, blah shit. So, in any case, back to this. Listen, anybody can hop up on the panel. Here's the panel link. If you got some real insightful information you want to dialogue on. Damn, I put up the wrong thing. I put up somebody's year. Let me put up the panel link here. Boom. And we're going to get through this. La, la, la. Let's see here. Boom. There we go. There's the link right there. Sorry about that. Anybody want to hop up? Come on up and let's have a dialogue. Tell me your COVID information, right? Let's hear your COVID conspiracy. Let's look it up. Let's see your resources. Let's find out where you get your information from and find out if it's true or false. All right. Now let's listen to this woman accuse Fauci of a conspiracy. Him and Biden. Why would his pardon go all the way back to 2014? What's that all about? Did you talk to Biden? All right. Here we go.
Issues for so long. And before I conclude, if I can just put up our pardon. This is the pardon you have heard so much about. And Dr. Fauci, the only other person that got a pardon like this, I believe, had a last name of Biden. This pardon goes back to, and if you'll see, January the 1st of 2014. Did you talk to President Biden and ask for this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Who did you talk to in the White House about this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you specifically ask that it be dated back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you do that so that you would be given immunity going back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm just very interested why it was this date. Did it have anything to do with the fact that 2014 was also the year that the NIAID or NIH began funding EcoHealth Alliance's Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence Grant?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So she's got a conspiracy, but it's not a criminal conspiracy because nobody's been charged of any crime. So now it would be more legitimate if it would be more legitimate if there was a crime that he could be charged with. And then they spend all this time. It's like, but it sounds wonderful. Wow, could it have anything to do with this? Is the same? That's like saying, this is like playing numerology. Everybody, put your birth dates in here. Let's find out what happened bad on the day you were born. They blame it on you. You were born on this day. Let's blame your ass for everything. What's your birthday, y'all? Come on. They into astrology and shit up here in the Congress and shit, you know. Could it have anything to do with what happened on this date? You know, all the bad shit that happened on that date. Let's go back. Anybody get sick on that date? Curious.
The same grant that funded the work on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute on Virology. Millions of Americans are questioning what happened during COVID, why we were given misleading information, misleading advice, why you gave conflicting statements based on, I guess, how you were feeling that day.
Yo, should we review some of that? Exactly. Look, say it loud. Exactly. Trump was told this virus was going to hit. It had spread in China and it's going to spread the world. WHO organization worried about it. And what did Trump say? So I mean, it's crazy. They said none of this before. None of it. It hit under Trump's administration. Fauci's office was under the executive office itself. Why did Trump never bring any of this up? Are you suffering from COVID today? Why are we talking about COVID today? Could it be a midterm election is coming and it's better to talk about the COVID conspiracy now? I mean, what the hell? What the hell is going on? And there's no criminal case. No criminal case connected to this. Nothing. Nothing. Is there some information about COVID that they're refusing to release that the United States government has? No. Because then that would be blaming Trump, right? Exactly. It would. So where's the conspiracy? Where's the goddamn conspiracy? Where's it at? It's nowhere. It's nowhere. It's insane. But this is what they're doing today. This is what they're doing.
And Americans rightfully, we lost.
Man, somebody said, don't stop putting Trump down. Man, fuck you. I'll put you down too, man. You dumbass. You capping for Trump. He hates you. He wants you dead, you stupid ass. Wake up.
So for 1 million Americans.
I'm putting you down, right?
They should be insulted when the Democrats insult our chair that he's doing this because he is on an obsessive mission to go after one man. Could his obsessive mission be to find out why 1 million Americans died and who might be responsible for that and where that started? Could that be his mission, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And after everything we have just walked through, can you sit here today and tell the American people, our bosses, that you bear no responsibility for their collapse?
You know, let me see. Michael was here yesterday, right? And he said something. If you want him to testify, right? Why didn't you give him the same deal that you gave Pam Bondi? Hillary Clinton, everybody else that testified regarding the Epstein thing. Why don't you give them non-criminal prosecution deals? Why don't you do something like that? What do they call it? Immunity? Why didn't they give Fauci immunity if they expect that there's a conspiracy? Right? I mean, why didn't they do that? The man is already set for 80 hours. You know, like, what is it about your investigation skills that you can't figure out a case in all these years conclusively? What is it? Is it that the U.S. government under Biden hid COVID information? Well, if that's the case, why isn't the FBI and Trump administration releasing that information? Why do you even need to ask Fauci? What's that about? You see, so there's basically nothing there. It's just like grasping at straws. You were born on this day. Let me go see what else happened on this day and then make some connection to you. Yeah, the same day. Guess what happened? Guess what happened? You started this job this day. Did you know somebody got shot in Louisiana? Hey, how many people got hurt the day Kash Patel took office in the FBI? How many? What about Pam Bondi? How many people were harmed when Pam Bondi became the head of the Justice Department? Let's blame all that on her. That was her first day at work. It's all your fault, Pam Bondi. Everybody across the country. Could it be you were appointed that day to hurt all these people? This is literally what this fucking lady is saying. It's insane. Now, it's one thing to say you were there to hide the Epstein files. Yeah, that's one thing. But to just grasp at straws, it's like, come on, you know, this guy, he sat under Republican and Democrats. He was under Trump. What is this? You know, what's going on? He was under Trump. He was under Biden. He was under the person before Trump and Biden and the person before that. It's like, come on, what's happening here? You know, charge the man with a crime if you think he committed a crime. Go to the FBI and say, charge this man with the crime. It's clear he was involved in something. Do it. Like, I really don't understand. I really don't understand. You know, I think it's just crazy. Now, let's see. There's more. Here's some more cursing out. 5 more minutes of this bullshit. We're going to go to the next topic.
Senator Olling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has...
This Supreme Court, just in case people don't realize this, they have changed precedent. So this Supreme Court that we have currently, they've gone against precedent, things that the Supreme Court already ruled on in the past and courts ruled on in the past. This Supreme Court has overturned them. Many things, right? So, this thing about its precedent, the Supreme Court has already decided this. You living in the new United States of America, the Supreme Court hasn't decided anything about nothing. There's no constitutional right you are guaranteed. This is a find out. You're going to find out Supreme Court. That's what this is. That's what you found out that that the president has more power than any Supreme Court or any other president has ever had in the history of the country because of this Supreme Court sees the Constitution differently. So you're about to find out about a lot of your rights in the United States of America. So that's pretty much what I interpret. That's my opinion, but that's what I interpret out of his statement. Like, there's no guarantee of any of it because the Supreme Court has already dismantled a lot of those guarantees that were previously there. So we will find out. Maybe he will. Maybe they do want to charge him with a crime. You ever think of that? If you want to charge him with a crime and you think he's a criminal, then maybe he should take the fifth. All right. But in any case, what are they going to do? Are they going to charge him with something? He can take the fifth. What are they going to do? If he doesn't speak on it, that's the real point. It's their committee. What are they going to do about it is the question. And, this has already gone on a long time. It seems kind of suspicious on August 1st, June, 2 months before the midterms, that this is the topic they want to talk about. So they're probably going to take it on, talk about this shit forever. You know what I'm saying? So let's get to the next one. I ain't trying to help these motherfuckers. Like, I got the jab, bitch. I'm alive. Okay. So did my kids. Okay. So whatever happened. Denmark, they self-isolated, they wore a mask also, and they took the jab. Sweden didn't take those same precautions. Sweden had 3.1 times more deaths than Denmark, COVID deaths. Here's another thing. Since this time, they have found out some things about COVID. What they found out is that if you have low vitamin D, that is basically inviting COVID to be horrendous on your body. So those of you that wanted to know, like how certain people are being affected, like for myself, a person like myself, they gave warnings in Denmark. Did you know that? For people with darker skin, they have warnings about vitamin D levels. Why is that? Because science, there's a thing called science today. It's a known fact that people with more melanin in their skin, since there's a different type of sun in the Nordic countries, your skin is actually blocking a lot of that vitamin D that you might get from the sun. And so therefore, people of color lack a lot of vitamin D and have to take vitamin D supplements. You got to eat more healthier, the foods with more vitamin D in it. They found out that a lot of the people that got hurt had and it's not just people of color, but a lot of the people that had really bad corona effects, it's because they had low vitamin D. Like, they just didn't know it. So that's why it's important to be able to access a doctor to have a blood test. You know what I'm saying? I get one every year. I get a blood test. You see what I'm saying? And it doesn't cost me any money. I just go to the doctor. They give me a blood test. They can test me for a lot of different things if they want, but they will test my blood. If I think I have a certain kind of problem, they will add that test to it. You see what I mean? But yeah, so this is where healthcare comes into play, basic healthcare, the difference between a person maybe being able to survive something like COVID, even without a jab, versus a person who's likely could die from COVID. Just because they can't even go see a doctor without thinking about how much it's going to cost them. You see what I'm saying? So me living in Denmark, I had all of the benefits. I still caught COVID, by the way. Did you know that? But also there's more science to it. Like I have O type of blood. So my blood can be used for a lot of different kinds of people. You see what I'm saying? And they say people with that blood type also tend to have less COVID effects. So there's a lot to it. So don't just go out there and believe what somebody else said for you. Like, don't believe what someone else says. That person could be very different from you in a lot of ways. Don't put your life in the hands of somebody who just is blabbing. Like blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. Think about yourself. Take care of your health. Just because you might look a certain way doesn't mean your situation in your body is exactly the same. It doesn't. You see what I'm saying? And just because something worked, like you heard, I forget who it was who was like Sweden. They knew it was bullshit. Don't believe that. Don't just believe anybody like that. Sweden chose a different methodology. But at the end result, than Denmark, but at the end result, Sweden had 3.1 more times deaths from COVID than Denmark did. Denmark took all the precautions. So, it's just something to think about. There's a lot of things that go into this. Don't just generalize them. Don't generalize things when it's your ass on the line. You see what I'm saying? Do the research, not just research, because that makes it sound complicated. Spend the time to think about and look up things for your own ass. Be responsible for yourself and your health. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's the least you could do, because trust me, nobody else is going to come and save your family, help your family when you die of something that could have been prevented. You see what I'm saying? Very simple. Who's going to come when you get it wrong? Oh, well, I told this person, fuck it. COVID is just a hoax. Then a person dies of it. You going to take care of their family? You going to take care of their kids? Now that you gave them some bad advice or some just, I don't give a fuck advice. Ah! Is that what you're going to do? Okay. You give that kind of advice if you want. Now, let's move on to the next one. Look, there is shit going on. I'm not going to go to the migrant thing right now, but let's go to what's happening in Minnesota. Let's start there. Trump goes against his own intelligence community. So while the Trumpians in Congress
in the first week
in the Senate are talking about COVID, this is what's going on with their president, the one they voted for, the one they support. OK, all within the same amount of days. This ain't even far apart.
In the first week of Trump's war with Iran, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth responded to concerns about the war expanding. Listen to what he said.
That does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. This idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying it.
Listen, y'all, that means it's expanding. Just look at his body language. You got to trust this fool right here. Look at this. He's laughing while he's lying to you. It's ridiculous.
That does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth.
You believe that? Nothing could be further from the truth, huh? You believe Hegseth?
The war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the.
You see that? There it is right there. I'm going to play that back slow. Now, I'm just telling you myself. I'm not saying I know. I'm telling you how I would react and how I do react, because I read body language also. You know what I mean? Not just people's words. You see what I mean? I have senses, and body language is one of the main things that might give me a warning about any person I'm dealing with, like straight up. And when I feel certain ways about somebody's body language, you know, my adrenaline can hit the roof. You know what I'm saying? Like in a real life situation, like I don't be playing games, you know, like if I sense and I have sensed danger, and if I sense evil and I sense somebody lying to my ass, yo, you're on the wrong side of the line with me now from that point on. Like, you better believe it, especially even if I don't fucking tell you, you know, like straight up. That's how I will. You just won't be around my ass for a while. You won't even have access, you know, with this kind of body language.
Ending.
Look at this motherfucker. Just look at his eyes. I'm going to turn it down.
I've addressed this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. This idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways.
True or false? Put a 1 in the chat if that is a true statement. Put a 2 in the chat if that is a false. Better yet, put a T if true, a F if false. I'm going to put a F because I don't see how anybody can take that statement. You trust that? Damn. Wow, man. You're going to have some hard times because people be lying out here. Yo, if you can't read the lies when they write it in your face.
What he said. That does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. This idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways.
Okay. Well, that wasn't too convincing. I mean, if you my money is on expanding, all right? So who knows? Like, nobody knows. But for some reason, this dude just doesn't seem good. He seems weird when he's telling you how he describes the situation. So what is the definition of expand anyway? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think what they meant when they said expanding is that some other countries outside of the neighboring countries just got bombed. Like Egypt, that's new. You know what I'm saying? Who else? It's 2 other countries. It's Egypt, and who else got bombed? I mean, you know, and this dude is like, expanding? Nah, that's what you call simplifying. Yeah, it's simplifying it for Iran because they're hitting people with the easier than ever. It's like, what the hell is going on here? Whatever happened to the Iron Dome? Whatever happened to the, you know, under Biden, I'm just going to say this, and a lot of people, I don't know why, they seem to hate fucking Biden. And for some reason, like, Biden is the one that was hanging out with fucking Epstein, you know. But in any case, Biden didn't have this level of performance when engaging Iran, even though they didn't engage Iran directly. They were able to stop basically loads of missiles from hitting, you know. So I'm curious about this. Let's hear some more.
We are now on day 153 of this simplification, and it is expanding quite a bit. Yesterday, Egypt was hit directly for the first time in the war. Day before that, on Wednesday, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia joined forces to attack Iranian-linked militias in Iraq. On Tuesday, Reuters reported that Iran is set to give shoulder-launched missile systems in the coming weeks from China. This past weekend, Ukraine struck an Iranian cargo ship in the Caspian Sea. Last week, Houthi rebels in Yemen threatened to close yet another vital strait in the region so that even less oil would be able to reach the rest of the world. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I would say that the war seems to be expanding quite a bit. And then yesterday, we learned about what may be the first instance of Iran reaching the United States. For years now, experts have warned that while Iran's missiles can't reach us, their hackers can. Well, just yesterday, the New York Times reported that state and federal investigators believe Iran struck Minnesota water systems with a cyber attack. But today, Trump went out of his way.
All right, so there was somebody in the chat who called me a fucktard. Look, man, look, you asshole, hop up here and talk. You want to call me a fucktard? Hop your bitch ass up here and talk to me. Okay, your mama's a fucktard. How about that? But in any case, I'm going to address the statement. Okay, and here he said that Biden gave them money. F-tard. Okay, well, let's look at that. I mean, this war is costing $1 billion a day. It's costing the U.S. taxpayers $1 billion a day. At the end of the day, the goal is to spend less U.S. Dollars, right? U.S. taxpayer dollars. Usually you want that, okay? But the money that was spent is not gave them, okay? It was money that was held up in sanctions in other countries. F-tard. Okay, it wasn't that he went into U.S. reserves and said, "Here you go." Okay, that's not the case. So look, let's just cover that because it's important that we get some disinformation here or some information that we have to clarify. So it's about educating people, right? No problem, fucktard. You're about to be educated. Here it is, September 2023, Iran prisoner swap. Hello, okay. 5 U.S. citizens released by Iran, 5 Iranian nationals granted clemency or released from federal custody. Okay, now what is that in conjunction with? This right here. Okay. The U.S. government did not send U.S. taxpayer dollars directly to Iran. However, the Biden administration approved diplomatic agreements and sanction waivers, unfrozen or transferred existing Iranian assets, which became a source of political debate. Fucktard. Okay? And tell your mama I called her a fucktard too. Now, here. Key transactions. And your daddy. And your granddaddy, you wretched bastard. Now, and your kids. Your wife. And if you don't like it, do something about it. Now, look, key transactions in U.S. sanction waivers. This is important because this is what these waivers were about. Okay. What happened as part of the deal secured the release of 5 detained Americans. An administration allowed $6 billion in frozen Iranian oil revenues, $6 billion held in South Korea due to U.S. sanctions, to be transferred to restricted bank accounts in Qatar. The distinction. The funds were Iran's own money from past oil sales, not U.S. funds. Okay? So, how do you give money that's not yours? Okay, fucktard? Okay? This is why these people come anonymous and unidentified, because they make assholes out of themselves, you know? It's easy to call somebody a fucktard. It's hard to break the fucktardery. Okay, fucktard. This dude is like, what the fuck? He's having a problem breaking the fucktardery. All right, but I'm going to help you, okay? And why am I going to help you? I'm also going to help you get rid of your fucking Obama derangement syndrome, fucktard. All right, now, here we go. Let's continue. Restrictions and outcome. The administration stated the money was strictly restricted for humanitarian purchases, food, medicine, medical devices, monitored by the U.S. Treasury. Following the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel, the U.S. and Qatar quietly reached an understanding to release refreeze assess those accounts before Iran drew down any funds. You see? So it was very comprehensive what happened. It wasn't, we gave them $6 billion. We gave them money. No. Okay? Shit, I really hope you don't go to the doctor with these kind of oversimplifications and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. 10 billion Iraq sanction waiver. Okay? Not US dollars. What happened? The administration periodically renewed a sanctions waiver allowing Iraq to pay Iran for electricity and natural gas imports. This is what you call helping governing the Middle East? Mm-hmm. So you can do trade because you're the one getting the lion's share of the trade? Helping people that might on some other occasions be fighting each other, disrupting your trade advantage. This is what you call governing. You fucktard. Like, I mean, really, people just sadden me, man, sometimes, man, when I see the level of ignorance. That's why I tell people to don't be anonymous and identify, because that's probably not even an American. They're posing as an American, you know, and they want you to think that all Americans are stupid like that. Yeah, we have a big percentage that are stupid like that, but it's not a guarantee that one. You see what I mean? Some of these trolls, they want to foster that and keep it going like that. They want to keep more of the ignorant people out there. They want to keep the division because they benefit through the division. The same person might be coming with another account acting like they're another nationality. You know, yeah, it's called disinformation. It's called trolling. It's what the Pentagon has said Americans, you know, and the government and Western governments need to be cautious about. Disinformation over social media, troll accounts from Russia, China, and other countries, trying to disrupt elections, trying to create a civil war, trying to turn Americans against each other, and also European countries too. That's a big conversation, you know, that's happening right now. So let's continue. Let's see here.
Hey, to shift the blame.
Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so.
Yeah, you see that. So Trump is going against the intelligence community another time. This is not the first time. Trump basically always does that. Here, let's hear it again.
Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota. I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky.
Can you rule out that Iran is behind that cyber attack?
I don't. No, I think that Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together.
So what he's done now is he has signaled to Iran that they are achieving their goals, because Iran's goal is to create civil strife among Americans. That's what the Pentagon has said. They said that China that Russia, their disinformation network is designed to support Trump. I think they said China's, I'm not sure which, they have some disinformation, but I forget what they said their goals were exactly. But they said Iran specifically was not designed to support Trump or Biden. It was designed to create civil strife, make Americans not trust each other. So he's signaling to Iran that what they're weaponizing is actually working. He's actually playing a role in it actively, even if if it never occurred to him. You see what I mean? But the fact that he would do this would show you that there's nobody around Trump in his cabinet that has any type of ability to reason with him, because the Pentagon did issue the warning just not within 30 days ago. And even more recent, they just advised him before he made this statement about this specific attack. But it goes to show you that his cabinet is not really a support system for some reason. You know, because the one thing you would want to do is make sure that the president is not doing the bidding of Iran, not helping them do exactly what the Pentagon warned they were doing with disinformation, you know?
Well,
instead, he's doing the opposite.
Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky.
Can you rule out that Iran is behind that cyber attack?
I don't. No, I think that Minnesota is behind it. You know who's behind it? Minnesota, because they're grossly incompetent. I think the governor's behind it. I don't think there was an Iranian cyber attack. I think that Minnesota ought to get its act together.
See, so Trump says it's a domestic issue, that it's a political and domestic issue, that it is a Democrat issue of incompetence. It's a politicized statement he's making. And it's not a national security issue. It's not something all Americans should look at Iran and say, hey, be worried. We need to be aware of what they're doing. No, that's not what's going on here, according to him. To him, you should want to vote out Democrats, because if they weren't in power, this would never happen in Minnesota at all.
I should mention that Trump's FBI announced that hackers actually targeted water systems in 7 states across the country, not just Minnesota. And as for Trump blaming Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, well, said, quote, Trump knows exactly who is responsible for this attack and knows that other states were hit too. This is what modern warfare looks like, and it further illustrates there's no plan to win a war with Iran. Joining me now is Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, a retired U.S. Marine and a member of the House Armed Services Committee. He's also a candidate in the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Massachusetts. Welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Do you agree that an Iranian cyber attack on us, on our infrastructure in, 7 of our states is an escalation of the war?
It is an escalation of the war. I mean, that's pretty obvious, as you've laid out. And just think for a minute. I mean, imagine if President Roosevelt had blamed Pearl Harbor on Hawaii. That's what Trump is doing. And it begs the question, why would a president who's so against Iran that he started a war with Iran that we didn't need, why would he now turn around and protect Iran? It's got to be that he's scared of these guys, that they're winning a war against him. And he's so scared, he's so desperate to get to the negotiating table to end this war, that he would actually blame America for an Iranian cyber attack. I mean, if that's not treasonous behavior from a president, I don't know what is.
Yeah, to be honest, in listening to the president in that moment in the clip, especially that we played, just to sort of pull that out like that, I think Minnesota is okay. Why would they do that? And did they do it to the 6 other states that were also hit? I mean, there's never anything logical that comes after the words, so you're just kind of stuck. You have been warning that the U.S. needs to focus more on cybersecurity. You've been doing that for years now. How predictable is it that Iran has this capability, and that this is something that does escalate us and takes us to another level?
I mean, it's incredibly predictable. We've been predicting this for years, and we've been saying that the government needs to be prepared for this. Obviously, Trump is not. He started a war that he didn't need to start. And he's so clueless. I mean, look, we're dealing with an 80-year-old senile man who's completely out of control of this war, completely out of control of himself. And it's not apparent that he even really understands what's going on. It's not apparent that he even understands what Iran can do and the fact that they can reach us with cyber attacks. As you astutely pointed out earlier, they can't actually reach us with their ballistic missiles. That was one of the false things Trump said to justify starting this incredibly dumb war. They can reach us through the internet. There are things they can do to hurt us. So the fact that Trump would start a war that's completely backfired without providing the protections against the things that Iran can actually do to hurt us. I mean, the other thing, by the way, that Iran can do to hurt us is try to assassinate officials. And what has Trump done? Repeatedly removed protection from officials or former officials that we know are being targeted by Iran.
Trump is inviting I said this, and I know a lot of people that listen. A lot of you listen to my channel, have been listening for a while. Even if you're not in the chat, most of the people aren't in the chat. But the folks that have been listening, you heard me say this. Trump is inviting this. I've said this such a long time ago. Trump is inviting people to commit acts. And most of you understand this. He's inviting people to Americans to commit domestic acts. He's inviting foreign nations to commit domestic acts. Now, here's the thing, by loosening the security, firing security, hindering security, going against his own intelligence community time and time and time and time and time and time again. What did he do to NATO? Attack NATO. Weaken NATO. Now listen, you can have different opinions about different aspects of this. That actually works because there's different things that are going on that are right, that are happening, and they're all facts. You see what I mean? Like for example, you can disagree with Iran's politics, how they govern, certain human rights things, whether they're really a democracy, whether they oppress people. You can debate that. That's fair game. You can debate whether you like their, you can debate certain societal things. That's okay. But you can't debate the fact that the United States helped overthrow the Shah, the former power group. We did that, and now we have this, right? Another thing you can't, that's not up for debate, a lot of Americans said, and plenty of them said, and even intelligence community said, attacking Iran is not how you deal with Iran. They said that. Everyone knows that a war with Iran is going to cause oil prices to go up. The Straits of Hormuz is the first thing they're going to try to lock down. It's going to hurt more people than it solves, and that's the thing about it. These are facts. These are things that happen in reality. You can debate whose side you're on, but you can't debate what's happening. Right. Now, people can say that you can be funding Israel at the same time you don't agree with Netanyahu or agree with what Israel's been doing. Those things happen all the time. I'm an American citizen, and that's the only citizenship I have, but I live outside of the U.S. I live in Denmark. So my tax dollars don't actually go to none of this shit. And thank God Denmark has a different approach to Israel, thankfully. Just like a lot of European countries, this may be 10 or 12 or 14 European countries that's like, yo, Netanyahu is out of pocket. We cannot support this anymore. And they have restricted arms sales, arms support, and things like that, right? And they're only giving humanitarian relief to Palestinians right now. Now, these are facts. You can't debate it. They're actual facts, right? You can debate who started the war first, how did the war begin. You can debate that, but you can't debate the fact that Palestinians welcomed, the creation. They had a war, but they were welcomed. The population of Jews were welcomed, initially. So because of World War II, because of human rights violations, these things happened. You can't debate all the aspects. You can't debate the facts, right? You can debate whether there's different groups that have attacked Israel. Yeah, they have. So different groups have. But Palestine is not a state. So they don't have a state government. They don't have a state military. You see what I mean? So whatever they're doing, it's not under the guise of being a state. They haven't even been given the ability to build up a army. Not really. These are, now you can also debate this term. You could say, are they resistance militias? Are they resistance movements? But what are these movements really comprised of? What are the components? But you can't say that, or you could call them terrorists if you want to, but you damn sure can't call it a state army. Whatever is happening is not coming from a Palestinian state. The majority of Palestinians have been oppressed. The majority of Palestinians find themselves in the middle of a geopolitical problem. Why? Because although many people say they're on the side of the Palestinians, The geopolitics suggests that they're in it for themselves, you know? So there's a lot of complexities there, you know? And so, you know, I'm just saying there's a lot to examine. Just because you may not agree with Iran doesn't mean you have to agree with how Trump is approaching the issue. Period. Just because you support the state of Israel and believe that they should have their country, and you believe Palestine should have their country, Palestine doesn't have a country. That's a fact. They don't have a country. They don't have a country. It's not even acknowledged fully by all the, you know, I mean, that whole thing about being acknowledged, why do you think it's being held up? Right. So as long as it's being held up, that's not a state army. That's not a government army. These are just different political factions, some being supported from the outside, but they don't represent pretty much what Palestinian people want, because Palestinian people don't have rights in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So that's an underlying problem in all of this, you know? Yeah, but let's continue. I mean, Iran definitely is doing these cyber attacks, right? That doesn't mean I think Trump should have attacked them. Period. You know, period. It doesn't mean that was wise. Period. You cannot debate the fact that Netanyahu did not consult any other European ally. The people that have been funding, giving weapons in the past, Netanyahu didn't ask anybody in Europe what do they think if I attack Iran. He talked with Trump. That's it. This is him and Trump's war. They're the ones who started it. Did Netanyahu speak out against Trump when he made threats about Greenland? No. You cannot debate that. That is a fact. Okay. Did Netanyahu speak out when Trump said, oh, well, we're going to make Canada the 51st country? No, he didn't. He didn't. That's a fact. You see, you can't debate facts, you know? So, you know, you can't debate the fact that it's expanding because Egypt had not been hit by a missile before. They just have now. That's an expansion by definition. You know, so there's a lot there to examine. But back to this thing with Minnesota. I mean, it's very clear. His intelligence community told him what the problem was. He decided to politicize it. And they're asking a question. What about the 8 other states that this happened to, the cyber attacks? Let's hear it again.
So against Iran that he started a war with Iran that we didn't need. Why would he now turn around and protect Iran? It's got to be that he's scared of these guys, that they're winning a war against him. And he's so scared, he's so desperate to get to the negotiating table to end this war that he would actually blame America for an Iranian cyber attack. I mean, if that's not treasonous behavior from a president, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, and listening to the president in that moment in the clip, especially that we played, you know, just to sort of pull that out like that, you know, yeah, well, I think Minnesota is okay. Why would they do that? And did they do it to the 6 other states that were also hit? I mean, there's never anything logical that comes after the words, so you're just kind of stuck. You have been warning that the U.S. needs to focus more on cybersecurity. You've been doing that for years now. How predictable is it that Iran has this capability and that this is something that does escalate us and takes us to another level?
I mean, it's incredibly predictable. We've been predicting this for years, and we've been saying that the government needs to be prepared for this. Obviously, Trump is not. He started a war that he didn't need to start, and he's so clueless. I mean, look, we're dealing with an 80-year-old senile man who's completely out of control of this war, completely out of control of himself. And it's not apparent that he even really understands what's going on. It's not apparent that he even understands what Iran can do and the fact that they can reach us with cyber attacks. As you astutely pointed out earlier, they can't actually reach us with their ballistic missiles. That was one of the false things Trump said to justify starting this incredibly dumb war. They can reach us through the internet. There are things they can do to hurt us. So the fact that Trump would start a war that's completely backfired without providing the protections against the things that Iran can actually do to hurt us. I mean, the other thing, by the way, that Iran can do to hurt us is try to assassinate officials. And what has Trump done? Repeatedly removed protection from officials or former officials that we know are being targeted by Iran. I mean, this guy's playing for the enemy. He is playing for Iran, and he's giving Iran a win every step of the way.
And so that makes it even more important that we learned yesterday, you and about a dozen of your colleagues, other Democratic lawmakers, have announced that you're opening an investigation into our military's internal review of Iranian drone strikes that killed 6 U.S. service members earlier this year. Can you help?
Now, let me just go into something because, I just want people to understand something. I'm not attempting to debate the history of Palestine or Israel, right? It's not, in my view, it's not necessary to debate. It's necessary for people to just understand what the facts are, right? And I'm more interested with just the facts, right? And so here are some facts. Israel received recognition as a UN entity much earlier than Palestine, right? So let's go back here, right? Palestine, an independent, fully sovereign state, Palestine, no. Palestine, no. They just haven't been recognized. You see what I mean? So all this time, they haven't been recognized. And why is that, right? Why is that? Let's see here. Right, here we go. Geographic and regional designation. Can y'all see this? For centuries, Palestine referred to as a geographical region, not an independent, self-governing nation. So people need to understand this is the background of the Palestinian people. They have essentially been ruled by other people for a long time. This is part of the beginning of the conflict. You see what I mean? By other countries. By other countries. They have never really had self-determination. It's important to understand that for a lot of reasons. Even if you don't care about them being a country, you need to know a little bit about the background of these particular people, who they are and what they are, what they have been. Here, this is the beginning of the roots. Centuries, Palestine referred to as a geographical region, not an independent, self-governing nation state. Ancient and medieval empires, the region was governed successfully by various powers, including Roman Empire, which renamed the region Syria, Palestine, in 135 AD. I mean, I think this is going back too far, but this is just a rough draft. Byzantine Empire, early Islamic caliphates, the Crusaders and the Mamluks. Ottoman Empire, 1516, 1917. For over 400 years, the area was part of the Ottoman Empire, divided into administrative districts. You see, like Jerusalem, Nablus, under regional governors reporting to Constantinople. British Mandate, 1920 to 1948, following the world. So this is about the people itself, right? This is who they were all ruled under, different groups, right? British Mandate, following World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the League of Nations placed the territory under British control. So now a new group controlling these people, governing these people. Okay. Fall of the Ottoman Empire, League of Nations placed the territory under British control. This administrative entity was officially named Mandatory Palestine, but it was a colonial territory managed by the Great Britain rather than a sovereign nation. So it wasn't a sovereign nation then. 1947, UN Partition Plan. 1947, this is after World War II, right? Obviously, when it started wearing down. United Nations Resolution 181 proposed dividing the British Mandate into 2 independent states. This is what was, the original idea. A Jewish state, Israel, an Arab state, Palestine. I'm not too sure, like the back, why these, because in my mind, a Jewish state is not the same as an Arab state. right? The same would be a Muslim state. Palestinians are just people that come from that area specifically, that live in that, they have their culture. You know, it's distinct from others that ruled over them. You see, that's what it is to be governed by other people, right? And not have your own state. Jewish leaders accepted the partition plan and formally declared the independent state of Israel on May 1948. Arab leaders and surrounding Arab states rejected the UN plan, leading to the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Because no Palestinian state was declared at the time, control of the remaining territories was split. You see, so look at that right there. So Arab leaders rejected the UN plan. They rejected this part right here, how it was split up. Jewish state, Arab state. There's more into that, obviously, so you can do your research on that if you want to, right? Now, Jewish leaders accepted the partition plan and formally declared the independent state of Israel in May 1948. Arab leaders and surrounding Arab states rejected the UN plan, leading to the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Okay? So, but who were the Arab leaders at that time? Right? Who were they? Right? You see? Were they Palestinians? Think about that. That's a good question. All right. So, because the Palestinian state was declared at that time, control of the remaining territory was split. Right. So, West Bank and East Jerusalem came under Jordanian control. Okay. Gaza Strip came under Egyptian control. Okay. Who are these Palestinians controlling this? Modern state proclamation and recognition. While an independent state was full control over its borders, military and airspace has not historically existed. Palestinian statehood has taken a major political role over the past several decades. 1988 declaration, the Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO), led by Yasser Arafat, declared that the independence of the state of Palestine in exile from Algiers. 1990s Oslo Accords established the Palestinian Authority (PA), an interim governing body meant to exercise limited self-rule in parts of the West Bank. So you're still dealing with just none of this is a state. None of it's a state. You don't get the benefits of a country. You don't get the benefits of a state. That's what this is about. You see? United status. 2012, the UN General Assembly voted to grant Palestine non-member observer status. So that's a non-member observer status. So you're not given full rights. You don't have full rights of self-determination. Still, at this point, right? Today, over 140 to 193 UN member states formally recognize the state of Palestine, though it lacks full sovereignty, defined borders, and control over its territory due to the ongoing conflict. But you could see the roots of the conflict. There's other countries involved. There's other empires involved. There's other states involved. You see? Yeah, having a huge influence. Huge. All right. So, where in there do you see the Palestinians controlling stuff? Okay. Israel received recognition as a UN entity much earlier than Palestine. Okay, so you got to understand there's a lot of issues for Palestinians. It's not just Israel. That's the point here. It's not just Israel. You see, it's the fact that they've never been able to govern, period. OK, that's something people need to think about. And don't only focus on Israel only, because that's not the only issue, although it's a big part of the problem right now. Right? Timeline, and it's not the only issue, though, but timeline of UN recognition. Israel, 1947, partition plan. UN General Assembly Resolution 181 recommended a partition of mandatory Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states. May 11, 1949, full member state. You see? So, declaring independence, Israel was officially admitted as a full member state into the United Nations. So now you have borders. Now you have a country that's functioning. Now you have recognition on from the UN on down. Now everybody can come and deal with you and do whatever the hell they want. Who's going to argue against it? Who's going to stop it? Right? Palestine. 1974. This is goddamn, you know how many, you know the difference between 1949 and 1974? One group with its history is given full member status on the UN level. That's UN Resolution 273. Palestine, still in 1974 observer status. I was 4 years old. That's what, 30 years later? 20, yeah, that's roughly, 25 years, 26 years later, 7 years later, maybe. Yeah, 27 years later. The UN recognized Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, as the representative of the Palestinian people and granted it non-state observer status. So you're not a state. 1988, designated change following the PLO's declaration of Palestinian independence. Now, when did the expanding of the borders, when did the new settlements come into play? What year is that? It's a lot to think about here. November 29, 2012, non-member observer state, UN General Assembly. So essentially, a person can argue that the reason that they can argue that you can't actually blame Palestinians just from what you reviewed. A person can argue that. Why? Because they have never had self-government. They've never had a country. How can you blame people that never had a country? How do you empower people that don't have a country? Where are the borders? Where's the other mechanism? I mean, the things that are there that defend your borders. Who do you go to when you have a complaint about someone invading your sovereignty? You go to the UN as an observer state. You can't punish anybody. You can't vote against anybody. What the fuck is that about? You just are left to the whims of everybody else on earth. Whatever everybody else on earth thinks about you. Even if everyone on earth, even if the people who say they like you, they might like you, but they might like themselves a little more than they like you. That's all it takes. A little bit of difference. Think about it. Now I just wanted to go through that because I could see the chat, but let's now go back to that. We're going to revisit this in a second, but let's go back to this, what they're saying here. This is a conflict. There's more news about Palestine. Like there's news. I think they said that the Hamas is saying that they want to put down their arms now. There's more news coming out. But listen, it's important to understand how all these things tie in, So, all right. So let's continue here. Let's continue.
A win every step of the way.
And so that makes it even more important that we learned yesterday. You and about a dozen of your colleagues, other Democratic lawmakers, have announced that you're opening an investigation into our military's internal review of Iranian drone strikes that killed 6 U.S. service members earlier this year. Can you help us understand what you're investigating there and what you're seeking to find?
Well, in many ways, it's the same theme. It's the president started this war on his own timeline. It was a war that he was not forced to do. He decided to start this war with Netanyahu, and that meant that he could choose the time and place that it went down. But he clearly was not prepared, because we're getting increased reports from the troops themselves that they knew they were under threat, and they did not adequately prepare for those attacks. And as a result, a number of troops were killed, a lot more were wounded, and now there are reports coming out that they weren't even getting adequate medical care. So of course, sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, sitting on the Senate Armed Services Committee, as Elizabeth Warren does in the Senate, we're going to investigate this. But here's the key point, is that regardless of what the investigation reveals, and I think it will reveal gross negligence on the part of the administration, but regardless of what it reveals, the simple fact that the troops are reporting this means that the troops do not trust their commander-in-chief. Yes. The troops do not trust their command. And having led troops in combat myself, there were two things that they always wanted to know. One was, why are we risking our lives for this? Well, nobody in America can answer that question, let alone the administration. And the second was, if we get hurt, will you take care of us? Will you get us out of here? Well, they clearly don't trust Trump to do so.
Right. So let me see here. I see the chat. People are interested in that topic about Palestine, and I get that it's an important topic because, after all, a lot of the money that Americans send Israel is based on Hamas and all these groups. So they are intertwined, right? But let me see here. Somebody talked about the word Hamas is Hebraic, meaning wanton violence. Yeah, but these are Arabic people. These are Arabs. And in their language, it means something else. So, I mean, I don't know what it means something totally different. Okay. In Arabic, it means, what is it? It's an acronym, an Arabic phrase, right? And it means Islamic Resistance Movement. That's what it means. Okay. That's all it means. Right. Now, again, you can, and you made a good comment though here. Somebody else wrote internet. Yeah. The same person wrote, this is Avigdor 1666. International law gives Palestinians the right to armed rebellion if other avenues are closed to them in 75 years. Yeah, exactly. It does. But make no mistake, this is not a country with a country's military. That's not the same thing. So, the idea that Israel is the victim, it kind of doesn't make sense because they're not defending themselves against another country that has a capacity to defend itself in the first place. Yeah, you have little armed groups that are doing stuff, but that's not what a country is. That's not what the United States is. The United States is not just a bunch of little rebel groups. Okay. Iran is not, they might try to say that, but no, they're a country. They have nuclear physicists, and you get this kind of ability when you're a country. Okay. It's not just like everybody else. Now, another thing that doesn't work in Israel's favor is that if you are the victim, then how can you afford to launch a war with Iran? How can you do that at the same time? How can you afford to launch all of these? You see what I mean? So the idea that you're a victim, and where did this start at? So the bottom line is that it started with everybody else having control and swapping powers. This is like saying, I'm going to give you Palestine now. I will sell it to you. It's your problem now. And then the next person says, well, now I will give it to you. Now Palestinians are your problem. And then the next person comes in and says, well, now I will sell it to you. The Palestinians are your problem. And then while that's happening, another group gets full admission to the UN, builds up a country, because of that full admission, is allowed to get weapons, arm themselves to the T, right? They're not considered a little rebel group anymore. They're considered a country. It's legal, right? And they get that support versus another group of people that have just been passed along to everybody else. Here, Palestine's your problem now. So here's the question. Do you care about that? Do you care about the people that have been living there for centuries and centuries and just have never been able to allowed to govern themselves after centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries? Or is it just whatever? That's what you got to decide here. That's what you got to decide, and I'm sorry, but it's kind of not a credible argument to say that it's their fault when you know what the facts are. You see what I'm saying? When you know what the facts are, just being passed along, having your land and your people given to another country, and then giving it to another country, then they give it to another country. That's not just land, that's fucking human beings. Who gave you the right to do that? That's trafficking. That's what that is. That's trafficking. The people aren't being moved, but the ownership of the people is just being given along to everybody else. So you got two different distinct histories there. You have Israel's history, and then you have Palestinian people's history. They don't add up at all. There's nothing equal in that equation. There's a totally different situation. Israelis haven't been given along to a people and then another people. You take care of them. They're your problem now. And then another people and then another people. That's not what it is. Soon as Britain got out of the scenario, right? Palestine didn't become a state. They got given to somebody else. Israel became a state, a country. How many times has the Palestine been swapped to different powers? You know, so that's the issue there. That's the underlying issue, and that's what has to be communicated for people to be able to understand. You know, because it's not as simple as they have an issue. It's not the truth. They don't just have an issue. Palestinians don't just have an issue with Israel. That's a fucking lie. Anybody that can know their history would see that. Okay, they have a problem with being fucking passed around by everybody like they're fucking animals. That's the problem. That is the problem. They don't like it. They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't want to be passed around by Jordan, by the Ottomans, by Egypt, and they don't really want it from Iran either. But they're a convenient excuse for everybody else's problems. And you see everybody in the region just sitting back like, we don't know what to do about the Palestinians. Even to this day, you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. It's not surprising. It's not surprising. Not surprising at all. Maybe you believe in slavery. Maybe you believe in human trafficking if you don't know what the fuck to do. Because that's what you have left. You know, so I'm just saying, you know, Americans might want to keep on giving. You might want to keep giving your money to Israel, but at least you should know what you're involved in. You should know what you're involved in. You know, this thing can be put to a stop, you know, especially with the Palestinian people. They don't deserve to be blamed for the geopolitical problems of other people. They don't deserve to be blamed to have their lives of being swapped around, be a political pawn for Iran, for Egypt, for and I'm not saying that there's some of these people don't have good intentions either, but Jordan or Israel or Britain, they don't, or the Ottomans, they don't deserve to just be passed around like that by any. You know, who deserves that? Who deserves it? What do you expect? What do you fucking expect? You expect better from you? Well, how about you live your ass in a fucking cage too? You know, this is where it's going. So you got a choice, because tomorrow is not promised to anybody. It's not. It's not. You have a choice to make, you know, and if you don't make the right choice, you might lose something. You know, a lot of people think there's nothing to lose. Nah, a lot of people can lose a lot. If they don't start working on making peace and doing right fast, there's a lot to lose. There's a lot of suffering that can spread, you know, and it can start off spreading in a lot of ways that you don't even understand, you know. Yeah, because look at the Epstein files. Did you expect that? You see what I mean? You couldn't even do anything about fucking Epstein running a goddamn child trafficking ring for 3 decades, blackmailing your goddamn congressmen, fucking senators, goddamn Supreme Court justices for 3 fucking decades. You are in trouble. You are in trouble. And it can spread some other ways too. And just look at it. So my thoughts is people need to, you know, jump on this shit, get informed about it. Let's see here. Let's hear some more. Maybe I'm getting a little off track, but it is what it is. It's Saturday. It's Saturday today, so yeah, it is what it is. We got to cover some of these stories. There's some interesting developments. Also, as a matter of fact, let me flip over to Hamas real quick and then go back to the Minnesota thing real quick. This is some new developments about Hamas, right?
Donald Trump says an agreement has been reached for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. He announced it on a social media post. Officials on President Trump's border peace say the agreement follows months of delicate negotiations, and a senior Hamas official tells CNN the agreement is contingent on the deployment of an international stabilization force to Gaza and Israel upholding its obligations under the October ceasefire agreement. This happening after a relatively quiet night in the Gulf region with no reported US strikes on Iran. I want to bring in Jeremy Diamond, who's in Jerusalem. Kevin Liptak is at the White House. And I want to start with you, Jeremy, on the details, as we understand it, of what has been agreed on this complete disarmament by Hamas and the militant group's response.
Yeah, that's right, Becky. I mean, this is the first time that Hamas has agreed to actual clear steps to disarm inside of Gaza, steps that they insist and is clear from the document are conditioned upon Israel taking some of its steps of its own inside the Gaza Strip, namely the fact that Hamas will not begin the process of handing over its weapons to this transitional Palestinian government with the support of the International Stabilization Force until Israel ceases fire in the Gaza Strip, pulls back its forces to the yellow line as it was originally agreed to in October, and allows for a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. The International Stabilization Force must also first deploy to Gaza before any of this can begin. And that was one of the key points that Ghazi Hamad, a senior Hamas official, made to me when I spoke to him over the phone just in the last couple of hours. He said to me, the agreement is a, quote, package. He said, we will not begin any weapons-related steps until Israel implements these commitments. And he said that unless Israel does so, then Hamas will not proceed. It's important to note that as much as this agreement certainly represents major progress in these negotiations after months of stalemate in negotiations between the Board of Peace and Hamas, it also remains very uncertain whether any of this will still become a reality. And that is because this agreement has been brokered between Hamas and the Board of Peace, the United States, the Arab mediators that are part of this negotiation. But Israel has yet to publicly comment on this agreement at all. And as recently as yesterday, an Israeli official was casting doubt on the emerging agreement, suggesting that it would not be sufficient enough.
All right, so let's hear. I'm going to play that again, and I'm going to pull up the actual agreement, the words in the agreement. And it's just so interesting. Hey, it's just it's terrible. It's terrible, and sounds like a damn good sounds like something positive, right? But we will see. Let's hear it again.
Complete disarmament by Hamas and the militant group's response.
Yeah, that's right, Becky. I mean, this is the first time that Hamas has agreed to actual clear steps to disarm inside of Gaza, steps that they insist and is clear from the document are conditioned upon Israel taking some of its steps of its own inside the Gaza Strip, namely the fact that Hamas will not begin the process of handing over its weapons to this transitional Palestinian government with the support of the International Stabilization Force until Israel ceases fire in the Gaza Strip, pulls back its forces to the yellow line as it was originally agreed to in October, and allows for a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. The International Stabilization Force must also first deploy to Gaza before any of this can begin. And that was one of the key points that Ghazi Hamad, a senior Hamas official, made to me when I spoke to him over the phone just in the last couple of hours. He said to me, the agreement is a, quote, package. He said, we will not begin any weapons-related steps until Israel implements these commitments. And he said that unless Israel does so, then Hamas will not proceed. It's important to note that as much as this agreement certainly represents major progress in these negotiations after months of stalemate in negotiations between the Board of Peace and Hamas. It also remains very uncertain whether any of this will still become a reality, and that is because this agreement has been brokered between Hamas and the Board of Peace, the United States, the Arab mediators that are part of this negotiation. But Israel has yet to publicly comment on this agreement at all. And as recently as yesterday, an Israeli official was casting doubt on the emerging agreement, suggesting that it would not be sufficient enough and that nothing short of the full demilitarization of Gaza would work for the Israeli government. It has also insisted, Israel has also insisted, on the weapons being removed from the Gaza Strip, whereas this agreement, as we've seen so far, indicates that heavy weapons will be stored under the auspices of this National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, a technocratic Palestinian government that will be overseen by the U.S.-run Board of Peace. So it's not clear that this is something that Israel can stomach, and whether it's...
So, understand this. I mean, look, I'm going to go through the details, but understand this. I mean, people, I think you just heard this too. You Americans are funding Israel with their weapons. We are their major benefactor, our tax dollars, American citizens. We're the ones saying we're going to actually administrate this shit. And they're like, we're not sure about that. Am I hearing this right? Listen to this. Just listen.
So far indicates that heavy weapons will be stored under the auspices of this National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, a technocratic Palestinian government that will be overseen by the U.S.-run Board of Peace.
Yeah, that's Americans. That's the U.S. That's the same people that are giving Israel their weapons. I mean, a lion's share of their defense capacity, the same ones we went into this war with Iran with because Netanyahu was going to do it anyway, according to Trump. Are y'all peeping this? I mean, this is wild. This is wild. And in my mind, I'm like, I don't understand what choice you got. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, you mean we're funding your government, your weapons, your defense capacity. We brought all these people together, even under Trump. And I don't like Trump. Fuck Trump. and then you get to where Hamas is willing to give up their weapons, do these things, and they want phases. And the U.S. is saying they're guaranteeing it. What Palestinians do will be overseen by the United States. There it is. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, so in other words, Israel is saying no to the United States of America. That is what I just heard. They had an offer. They're saying no. We decline your offer, but we will accept more of your weapons and your tax dollars being spent on us. At the same time, we want your government to sign the new NDA, new defense contract that allows the Israeli military to be implemented within the U.S. military budget. Michael Brooklyn Best, are you on deck, sir? I want to get Michael in on this part. I think it's the right time. We're about 2 hours, 49 minutes. Yeah. We're going to have another stream today. I'm going to wait for Michael to come in. Michael, you got to come in on this spot right here, man. This is wild. It might be a little delay, so give him a couple of seconds to get up here. But he is on deck. I see him in the back chat. So anybody else that want to hop up on the panel, here's the panel link. Let me see here. Boom. Boom. Oh, wow. Hold on. Let me get the panel link up in a second. Let me see. I guess Mike's going to be here. Yeah, I need to get his breakdown on this. He's actually been following this a little closer than me. So, and the good thing about it is that I let people know what I've been following and what I haven't been following. I don't claim to know everything, but here's the thing. What I do is bother to look up some things, look up some facts. You know what I mean? And I'm not out here spouting just generalizations about people. Listen. I'm not anti. I mean, I shouldn't even have to fucking say this, but I'm not anti-Jewish. You know, I'm not even going to fucking comment beyond that. It's an insult given my upbringing in Washington, D.C. Okay, it's a fucking insult. Secondly, so I don't see Jewish people as anything different from any other people. I grew up with all different kinds of people with different backgrounds. We don't care. We respect each other. It's not even an issue. It's not even a thought. It's not a thought. What we care about is, did you grow up in the neighborhood with us or not? If you grew up and went to the same schools, that's it. We know who your family is. And by the way, it's not your religion that counts. What counts is, did you fight for civil rights? That's what a lot of these families' backgrounds in DC come from. Jewish people, German people, African American people, Panamanian people, different groups of people. Different groups, a wide, vast, many different groups, too many. You know what I mean? These people aren't just their ethnicity or something like that. They're not just their religion. They're actually Americans working on American issues together. You know what I mean? So I shouldn't even have to say that, but not to mention that, goddamn, I mean, how can the Abrahamic religions be so at odds with each other? I thought they were brothers and sisters. But in any case, I didn't think they were that different. But and in any case, come on, man, be reasonable. There's such a thing called science and history that trumps religion. OK, so like, get on board with everybody else before you lose something. You know what I'm saying? Before you lose your way to celebrate and and welcome. You know what I'm saying? Before you lose your way to party and shit. Calm down. Hold on. Let me see here. Is Michael up here? Yo, Mike. He's not here. Hold on. Let me just double check. Yo, he's okay. You there? Yo, Eric, you see Michael? Do I need to drop the chat, the link to the chat?
I think he's muted, B. Can you send him another invitation?
All right, let me pull him out of here and then send him back, get him back in. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't see him muted, but I tell you what. All right, I'm gonna shut this down and I will open get a new link for everybody. Boom. 2 seconds. All right, Mike, you there, right? Oh no, he's still on mute. No, he's muted himself. He's muted himself.
Yeah, Michael, are you muted on your end? Is your phone charged?
Yeah, I think he must be, because he's not muted on mine. But I muted him and now I took it off of mute. So it's not that. I think maybe he got busy or something. It's approaching 5 a.m. Maybe over there Eastern Standard Time. All right. Well, I tell you what. You want to mention anything about this? What the information we went through? But Mike, he will be here in a minute. But since I got you up here, you might want to comment on some of what you just heard, because I went on I spoke about a litany of things anyway, right?
Yeah, it looks like they're just stuck. They need to figure out another approach to this whole thing. Clearly, the current one's just not working. I mean, you can see that there's just a fortune in money coming from all sides, and yeah, it's turning into that exactly a proxy war. And we don't want to get some of these other guys involved, because they could be, a lot nastier and a lot tougher than the Palestinians, in terms of, they're saying that they might be trying to form a giant army right now to invade Israel. So it looks like Trump, might have brought the whole world down on him, and that could just be catastrophic. And here the right wingers basically threw in with Trump. But think about it. I mean, they threw in with the devil, and is that going to work out for them? I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is very complicated, and I don't think a lot of people understand geopolitics for what they are. There's a lot, like you said, there's a lot of different sides to this coin. It's not two sides. There's way more things going on. You have conflict there in the Middle East. You have conflict in Sudan, and there's changes going on, and so then there's also the advent of China. China is emerged as their second or third economic power, right? But they stated very clearly they are going to sustain Iran. That's obvious. We knew that. They don't even have to state it. It's obvious, but I don't think people totally understand why that would be, or also to deal with Russia. Why would they be doing that? It's not because they give a damn about Islam. They don't. In fact, they despise it. But they don't want anyone else. They're definitely not going to allow Iran to fall. And if Iran can help them in some kind of way, they will take that because it works for them. Period. It's global geopolitics. Then when you look at Sudan, just as an example, you have a mixed up bunch of same individuals involved in the Middle East conflicting with each other. Some of them that are in conflicts in the Middle East are on the same side in Sudan. It's like, so there's a lot of different things to consider. Then you have ethnic. Then you have religion. Ethnic and religion might come out, it's there also, but the money and also the thing about who do they not want there the most? You see, that's a big problem. Who is the most? Who's become the biggest annoyance? Who are they tired of the most? And that's where I think Trump screwed up, and I think that's where Netanyahu screwed up. Though all those dynamics, those aren't good things to have against you. And those dynamics weren't necessarily really there 10 years ago like they are today. Things change rapidly, and I just think it's
and like we have Avigdor in the chat mentioning that I think 15 or 17 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. So why didn't we invade Saudi Arabia?
Exactly, because it's but that's another dynamic to the puzzle. Like where do they fit in, and things could be like moving chairs too. Just because one day there's one thing you're for doesn't mean you don't just switch all of a sudden and say no, this one's better now. People change,
right?
It's complex, and there's no guarantee how this what do they call it, musical chairs is going to turn out. And it's that complex. It depends on every single step. And it's interesting here. Now, let me ask you this. Why do you think, I could guess, but let me ask you, why do you think Israel has not commented on this deal that has arisen with Hamas, United States, Qatar? And what's the name of the deal? Let me ask something. What is the name
and with the Saudis?
Yeah, because I don't want to confuse people, so I want to get a specific name. Then we can use that name when we talk about this. It's called
currently
the
Israel
Gaza
is
Peace
receiving I think about $20 billion in defense aid. They're only paying themselves for about $4 billion. So I don't think they want that cut back. I think the reasonable amount for us to be giving them is probably a lot less than the difference there. Probably something even less than the $4 billion. And now, how are they going to fare if they don't get that kind of assistance? Because right now, about 75% of it's coming from the United States.
Yeah. And 75% of it's coming from the United States. We're the ones that's going to oversee this Gaza peace plan thing, the Gaza administration, the technocrats, right? We're the ones overseeing them. We're giving aid to Israel. At the same time, our Senate is debating whether to make Israel's military funding more permanent, embedded within the U.S.-owned defense budget. I mean, how can Israel say no to this? How can they say no?
In some ways, it already is.
In some ways, it's already embedded.
Yes, because the overwhelming amount that they're getting, which is like 10 to 100 times more than we give other countries.
Right. But what I mean is, yeah, I agree. But therefore, how can they say no to this deal? The Gaza peace plan deal that's been offered.
Yeah, because I think that ultimately they don't really want that. They don't really want a two-state. I think they've been fibbing about that they really just want to, you see what they're doing in southern Lebanon, that they just don't want to, they want to really expand this thing and, beyond Israel.
It's crazy, bro. If that's what they're thinking, man, I feel
And
sorry for them.
I think with all this money that the U.S. is giving them, we have to get them to compromise, get under control, and that's just not currently happening.
And they probably are going to hold this over, because there's such a thing as what's the term for it? We use it all the time here. Actually, asymmetric politics. They're going to hold this over Trump. Trump wants the deal, and the Israelis are smart enough to know that, nah, motherfucker, we're going to drag this out. We are going to get as much as we can out of you as we can, because we know you want this deal, right? And
I don't blame them for being that way, V. They have so much support here, especially with the evangelical base, that they know that they can just keep working that, with all the religious sympathy, towards the Holy Land.
Why? It's just making me wonder, like, what is it? I mean, could it be that they actually have the Epstein files? Could it be that? And Trump knows it, and they know that they can use that to just do whatever they want with Trump.
Well, the whole thing on the island was probably a Mossad operation. That was shown in the special documentary, where they showed that they had a special room with video cameras and taping equipment, and that everything was being recorded. So we know that, they probably have more than just files. They probably got everything on video.
Yeah, it's not a lot of talk about that room, huh? Nope. Haven't heard people talk about that a lot in the news. But yeah, I mean, because I'm just like, damn, bro, you went there, you made a deal. You know how hard it is to make a deal between all these groups and even Hamas, and then you still saying no? Like, and on top of it, you're saying no to the people that are giving you your main line of weapons in defense. How do you do that? How's that possible? How could Trump bend to that? That's another way of asking the same question. How can Trump bend to, after making this deal, what is there for them to lose?
Yeah, they're getting the best of both worlds.
They're getting the best of both worlds, man. Like, so I think it's in some kind of way, when you get the best of both worlds, it can also backfire, though. Because when it becomes painfully obvious that you got all the cards, but you don't use any of them to compromise, like, it kind of makes it look like it's very clear, more clear to everyone, like, you might be the actual issue. I don't know. Could it be? I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying, could it look like that? Like, because who else has all the cards? Who else has this many cards? Who else is getting this much out of the U.S. outside in that region outside of Israel? Who's getting more? I don't think there's too many other people. But in any case, look, I think Mike must be having some technical difficulties. Or maybe he doesn't realize that maybe his phone is muted or something. Let me see one.
Yeah, and Master B, that's why I was the only kid at Saturday school, which is like Sunday school for Jewish kids. And out of like 30 kids, I was the only one who was questioning, what they were saying about Israel in terms of like, oh, we're just going to live next door to these folks that hate us. And I was like, no, that's not going to work out. Not at all. And looking back, I think I was right.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think a lot of people have changed, a lot of people have been late in this. Me, I haven't been the earliest to kind of understand, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't paid attention to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or regional conflict. I haven't really had any interest for a long ass time. But now, since there's so much, not just now, I'm not talking about today, but in the last few years, there's been a lot more focus on this because we've been involved in these outright conflicts. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm talking about directly with Israel and others. You know what I mean? That is picked up. Before, it was like a lot of us, right? But when, that's one thing to digest. 9/11 was kind of easy to digest for Americans. This thing about Israel, that's not too easy. So it makes people actually research more, because obviously it's not disappearing. It's not going away. And me, I was more moderate on the topic. You know what I mean? but I've changed. I think I'm not so moderate anymore because the more information that I've come across, the more my opinion, and it's been gradual. It hasn't been a fast change. It's just been very gradual. Just because I bothered to look up some of the core facts of the dispute, the regional issue with Palestinians. Like, once I became aware that it's not really actually just about Israel, and that overall they never had the ability to govern themselves. You know what I mean? Just being passed around to different people, different countries, other countries, that's when I really changed my mind. Like, nah, man, this can't really be. Nobody with this little power can be that much of the problem. It just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. Not this long, and,
well, and also, I don't mean to interrupt, but it seems to be getting worse. The situation doesn't seem to be finding, any path towards any kind of peace. I mean, you saw what just happened in Palestine. And yes, ma'am, it was a genocide. We're talking 70,000 people. We're talking 100 times, the amount that happened on October 7th. But, even more than that is things like over 250 journalists. So clearly they've been targeting people, and they're trying to, get some holy revenge. And that needs to be confronted, and that needs to be ended.
Yeah, I see somebody said stop calling it a conflict. It's a freaking genocide. Well, I think you need to understand something. Calling it a genocide is not necessarily explaining people the background and the history so they can understand how this came to be. And you're not going to change people's minds like mine without actually encouraging them to go through and digest all of it. Anyone can just call it a genocide. Right. I don't have an issue with calling it a genocide, but I'm not interested in just calling it that. I'm not interested in just calling it a conflict. I don't know if you've just been watching what we've been discussing for the last half an hour, but we've been going through the background. And so it didn't start as a genocide, and so there it is. It's a genocide, and it's also a conflict, and it's also an issue between Palestinians and Israelis, and it's also a broader conflict. So listen to the total conversation, and if you would like to hop up, here you go. Come on, hop up.
Well, but I also think, Kamala missed a chance to listen to some of the detractors, to listen to some of the young people and say, I'm going to start trying to get Israel to comply and basically get under control.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too, man. I mean, people can debate it, but then again, she's not president right now anymore. So
yeah, they think it cost her about 1 million votes. She lost by almost 2 million, but they think that that Trump gained a lot more than that on wanting to release the Epstein files, and a lot of that was because people were just curious.
Yeah. I mean. Yeah, it's interesting. People thought that Kamala would do worse than Trump. People thought Trump was better. Kamala was worse.
They said Kamala would invade Iran and raise gas prices over $5 a gallon.
Yeah. And Trump did it. Trump did it. Let me see something. Look, the same person, K Donkey. Why don't you hop up? He says you guys are just dancing around the issue. The issue has always been the backing of the West okay, but that's just a copy paste comment. You're not educating anybody, Kendaki. You're not changing minds by copy pasting. I've seen that general statement 1 million goddamn times. Okay, yeah. Again, you're not going to change minds. You're not going to get anything new if you don't educate people on the topic. So it's not just it's just not you can't sum it up in 10 words in a 10-word sentence and expect change. You got to be willing to go through the dynamics so people understand the changes, And so what we've been saying is that you could talk about the West. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Britain was there. But before Britain, the Ottomans were there, the Egyptians were there, the Jordanians were there. And you could sum it up as the West if you like, Or if you want to break it down, you can get into the different components. You see what I mean? But I'm not interested in who to blame. I'm interested in let's stop it. And I don't think you're going to get a lot of Americans to maybe change their minds, which we need to happen, if you're not willing to go through the history of it. You know what I mean? And because that really is what it is about. A lot of Americans don't have any idea of the history. You see what I mean? You're concerned about the West. How do you get the West to behave different if you're not educating the West? I'm sitting here talking to largely Westerners. That's why I'm going through the information myself. If you think you can do better, hop on up. I welcome you to explain some things that nobody else knows. Right. But your statement about you guys are just dancing around the issue. No, you're dancing around the issue with that statement because you're not saying anything. It's the West. It's the West. It's the West. Maybe it's that easy. It's the West, huh? So now, problem solved? It's the West? I don't think so. I think it's the West and the East. You know what I mean? I think it's the North and the South, the West and the East. I think it's a lot of components to it. And it's sad that way. And I think that's where Palestinian people kind of get left out, because it is difficult to care about other people more than you care about yourself. It is difficult to negotiate for someone else who's not you and want the best for them when you have your own situation to think about. That's difficult, and I think that's also part of it. But yeah, you have to admit, I don't know if you consider Israel the West, if that's what that is, but if that's what you mean, or you just mean all of the West. But I would say a lot of the West is turned against Netanyahu today. Yeah. You probably would need that.
It's a crazy dichotomy, V. They live a very liberal lifestyle, very much like California, but they have these deep-seated religious, rules, and depending on what sect of Judaism you're in, and in some ways, the ones that are in that orthodoxy are basically just withholding and repressing themselves.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of the, conversations coming in. We see sometimes Israelis coming to the chat, and sometimes some of them, maybe not all of them, but a few of them have seemed kind of very hard. How can I say this? Black and white, for lack of a better term, very biased. Like now I heard a new thing where it's like, the Democrats are against Jews. What do you think about that statement? Are the Democrats against Jews, Eric?
Well, that's where people have a problem separating the country from the religion, and the current government is the issue. It's hard right wing. We got guys like Bezalel Smotrich who want to invade. Openly he's talking about how he wants to invade Lebanon, kill everybody, has the right to do all this kind of stuff. And I think on an international level, that's just going to have to be confronted. But you got to realize, guys like Iran, they're got the same kind of rhetoric. So what happened is Obama got them under control. He gave them some of their sanctioned money, got them to give up all their uranium. They had about 200 kilograms at 40%. That was all reduced down to zero. Then Trump tore up the agreement, didn't replace it with anything. So now they're back up to 500 kilograms at about 60%. And the thing is, we're not sure. We're not sure how militant they are. The previous guy said they weren't trying to get a nuclear weapon, but now we have a more hardline regime than the previous guys, even the Ayatollah. So we don't know. We don't know if they're going to try to make a nuclear weapon and try to use it. But the bottom line is Israel's got one, and they're threatening to use it sometimes. So it seems like at this point they've got to somehow get everybody to sit down and come to some hardline agreement, because so far it's just not getting any better.
Yeah. Let me see here. Kandaki says, I understand what you are saying, but it's a lost cause if we're waiting for Americans to be educated, because just in our own country, people can't distinguish fact from fictions. But Kandaki, you're confusing West. You said West is the West. The West isn't just Americans in the United States, number one. So I think you kind of flip-flopping all over the place with that one. But number two, I'm not just talking to Americans here. But let me ask you a question, Kandaki. Are you Palestinian? Like, I'm just curious because lost cause or whatever, I know some Palestinians and I think they want people to know about the issues. I think they want Americans to know about the issues. I think they want everybody to know about the problem. That's what I think. Yeah, I mean, judging from the ones that I've talked to, yeah, but I mean, are you Palestinian? Because I don't know, man. I've never heard a Palestinian say that it's a lost cause. Nah, they want change, and they're asking for change and they're asking for help. But here's the thing. I think this thing about East and West, my particular view, I don't know if you share it, Eric, is that empires function like empires. I don't think China, Russia, the United States, or even let's talk about the EU. I don't necessarily think they're interested in primarily in what you're doing. Of course, there's nuances there because there's difference. The EU is not the United States. They have slightly different, and Canada also. They have some different ethics. They have some different politics, than the United States has. So, but then China has some difference. Russia has some differences. But I think what this is kind of more about is geopolitics, influence. Like the U.S., I don't believe for 1 second that the U.S. gives a goddamn about Jews. We're not in the Middle East because we care about Jews. Let's just be honest. Because we support a lot. We support Saudi Arabia. We're there because we want influence in the region for trade. We are there for trade, to control trade, to secure trade. And we support a lot of different groups regarding that. And a lot of different groups sit there and say, yeah, man, we want more. We want to sit down with the U.S. It's a big thing, but it doesn't mean we're there because we care about them. I don't think China is there because they care about it. It's not care. It's influence. I don't think Russia is there because they care. It's influence, primarily based. And they work with different groups that help them maintain influence. I think that's what's going on. From the superpower or East-West dynamic. Now, on the ground, closer, when you zoom in, the micro, yeah, there might be groups of people that are split between Shiite and Shia or Jew and Muslim when you zoom in. But the geopolitics is pulling all those sides. It's pulling constantly. Why? Because they have an influx of weapons they can offer groups. They have an influx of, satellite imagery they can offer. They got an influx of aid, food sustainability, that they can offer. So that's pulling. That has a lot to do with what's going on. So, I don't think the issue is just the West because, and I don't think it's just the West. But I'm also not saying that the West is there because they're trying to feed people. You know what I'm saying? We're not there. No superpower is there because they want you to out superpower them. No superpower is there because they want you to get more power than they have. No superpower is there it's inches and steps, They're there because you can help them achieve their methods, their means. That's why they're there. China's there because you can help them achieve their means. If there was nothing you could achieve from China, they wouldn't even be around. They wouldn't be around. If Iran couldn't facilitate something that they needed, they wouldn't be there. They wouldn't be there. If once you understand the geopolitics, then you could see why China's there, of course. And you could see why China will help them, of course. Is it because they particularly care about the history of Iran? No. If you ask me, not at all. Is it because they care about Shiite people? No. No. This is about competition to another superpower, another economic force. Russia. Why is Russia helping Shiites? Do they care about Shiites? Do they care about Sunnis? No, not really. No. Nothing there to suggest that. But what do they care about? Competition with another, control, trade, influence. superpower status, empire. So I think I think that is a big problem, probably the biggest, maybe one of the bigger factors in this, because these superpowers have way more influence over what goes on and how it goes on than I think even people on the ground at a certain point, Yeah, Kandagi says, I'm sorry, but which country has military bases all over the region? China has Yeah, but I think you missing something there. You're missing something there. Somebody is definitely going to have all kinds of military in a lot of places. That's what it is. So one pulls out, another pulls in. I think you're not understanding that dynamic. And, of course, right now, the U.S. has a lot. But you blame all of the West. So, you got to figure out which one, what is the, point you're trying to make with that. I'm not saying that the U.S. doesn't have a lot, but at the same time, why do they have that? Who is allowing them to do that? What are they working? Why are these countries saying, yeah, you can have this? So at one point they say, yeah, you can have this. At another point, they might say, no, I don't have an issue with, for example, Mali saying, no, we don't want you here anymore. You don't hear me griping about that. That's their right to say it. What can you do when someone says that? But I think there's a little more to what you're suggesting. You see what I mean? They're not having them there because, just because. Koreans did really have a war with each other. It's not always just instigated by the West. There's also Eastern instigations also. Korean people are not Chinese people. They don't always necessarily get along. You see what I mean? It's not always just the West. Now what any superpower would do is use anything they have to see, what can I get out of this? Yeah. That's definitely what's going on. That's definitely. Yeah. Oh, you say, why don't you just hop on up, man? You got a lot of changing. You got a lot of clarifications. You just hop on up, man. It's easier, man. Don't worry. Yeah. Nobody going to bite you, man. Here. He says,
call in Kandaki or Avigdor. That would be great too.
Yeah, just call on in, man. When he says the U.S., he means when he says the West, he means the U.S. because the U.S. considers. Well, don't say it. Say the U.S. because plenty of people listen to you. You're going to think you mean something else because plenty of other people, when they say the West, they don't just mean the U.S. So you know what I mean, like. All right, I see Kandaki's not going to hop up. But in any case, let's continue now. Let's continue. No worries. You might want to take our suggestion.
Master B, it's very interesting how the U.S. is willing, to actually put boots on the ground in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, but we're not really, willing to get involved in Israel or Lebanon or Syria, in those local regions and conflicts.
Yeah. I think it's, because we flip flop on it, man. It's like American people don't know what they want. And I think that's the whole point of the conversation we're having. One group said, the neocons said, yeah, send in the military to Iraq, send in the military to Afghanistan. They said that this is the proper response. And then the same people said, we tired of that now. Let's pull them back. American people are tired of it. And of course, another group was like, so it's a mixed bag. It's never just black and white. It's never just all of them think this. Even in the U.S., all of the Democrats didn't think the same thing. All of the Republicans didn't think the same thing. But the representatives, they have to vote on shit. And you see what they support and what they don't support. And so after 9/11, they just gave the U.S. government carte blanche to do what you want. But that carte blanche was like, people got tired of it. Republicans and Democrats, they all openly complained about it, especially Republican constituency, the voters. They really complained about Afghanistan. They really complained. They always start off with, yeah, go into it, bomb it, clean it up, kill them, take over, you're powerful. And then after some years, then they start saying, why are we there? We shouldn't be there in the first place. It's like, so.
Well, and that's why folks speculate that Israel had something to do with it, because next thing you know, we're invading Iraq.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You know, we invading Iraq, and you know, but I'm gonna suggest, I'm gonna put the link down. What I suggest for people that listen, that really like to have real good conversations, and you want to get your point across, right? Hop on up, consider that, because I'm willing to bet that a lot of the things that you might think you know, or the things you say, I've probably already thought about them. Probably I might even felt the way you felt. I might even have felt 10 years ago the way you feel right now. So right. I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just saying it might be more complex than that. You see what I mean? It might be some more to it. That's all I'm saying. You know, but let me put
and that's like you know, why did we protect Kuwait during in that conflict? I mean, you know, Iraq has been an issue and all that kind of stuff, but they didn't actually threaten the United States. Saddam had not threatened the United States. What he did threaten to do was to flood the world oil market and bring down the per barrel price to about $25 a barrel, which would have decreased everybody's profits quite a bit. Yeah. And so people try to ask sometimes, well, why are we even involved in this kind of stuff? And it's clearly that the Bush family had some ties to Kuwait, and they were protecting the oil. But the thing is like, well, how did Kuwait get involved in this? And that's really interesting, because it actually showed it on a different show one time, which is called I think Locked Up Abroad, and it was about a young man who had actually gotten locked up in a Kuwaiti prison, and it's a show that shows foreigners who actually get caught up in prisons from other countries, and the ordeal that they had gone through. And what it showed, what this young man, he was actually a diplomat's son who'd gotten in trouble for drug dealing and for drug partying in Kuwait, and that's a very fundamentalist Muslim society. So what happened is he was actually set up. He was actually set up on a drug deal, and they got him in trouble, and he got into a lot of trouble. Even though his father was a diplomat, he was trying to get him out of the trouble. But I think he was sentenced to like 17 years, something like that. So he ended up going to a Kuwaiti prison. So what happened is actually during the Iraq-Kuwait war, he was in the prison. And so what happened is then Iraq started invading Kuwait, and they said that all the prisoners, including himself, started asking each other, what's going to happen to us? And he says, well, the Iraqis are probably just going to kill us. So he actually escaped. He had to get out. He had to escape. And they tried to get to the bottom of, well, why is Iraq why is Iraq even invading Kuwait? And they said because Kuwait was cross drilling into Iraq's property, into Iraq's oil wells, and stealing their oil. And Iraq warned them. They tried to get them to stop. They would not stop. So in many ways, we're defending the perpetrator here. We're defending the guys who started stealing the oil. And this is corroborated by a whole different show, a whole different person. Remember, we're not talking about politics here. This kid's just trying to talk about the ordeal he went through, but they're also trying to explain. So then we made up this big story that, oh, well, Iraq's pulled out now, and they've set all their oil wells on fire. And well, why would they do that? It's their oil wells. Well, now we've gotten corroboration for Marines who were actually sent in to set those oil wells on fire and burn them up because they were his oil wells.
Well, let's check this out. I thought this is kind of interesting here.
So that's a bunch of for people who like conspiracy theories. Go watch the episode of that one, Locked Up Abroad, about the young man that was imprisoned in Kuwait.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Yo, all right, but look at this. When you mentioned Saddam Hussein, I just find this so interesting. It says here, according to, all right, there's a number of sources here, right? But let's see here. Mirip.org. That's one source, right? But it says according to them.
And Five Baths, we talk about Prescott Bush a lot. We talked about him last night.
Mm-hmm. Well, check this out. It says Saddam didn't promise to flood markets with cheap oil. He wanted the exact opposite, higher oil prices. He that's what this is saying here.
That was right. Yeah,
right.
That was after that was after he realized that that he had made a mistake, and that his way to solve it out of this was to exactly get in bed with everybody, crank up the prices, and then make himself more valuable.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean.
But at that point, it was too late. Everyone was invading, even though he didn't really attack anybody. Yes, he was attacking his own people, but he wasn't attacking other countries.
Yeah, he went against the status quo, basically. And then they were like, oh, okay, well, this dude. But check this out. It says, before Iraq invaded Kuwait, August 1990, it's worth looking into this just because we're talking about Israel, Iran, and this dynamic. Palestine is worth looking, reviewing, going back, right? It says, before Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Saddam was furious about the low oil prices, not advocating for them. So he didn't like the low prices then, quote unquote. Iraq's debt problem following the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, 1980 to 1988, which is interesting also, right? Iraq was deeply in debt, owing roughly $14 billion to Kuwait alone. Iraq's economy was almost entirely dependent on crude oil exports to generate revenue. Accusations against Kuwait. Saddam accused Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates of overproducing oil beyond their agreed open OPEC quotas. This overproduction created a global oil surplus, driving prices down from around 20 per barrel as low as 14 per barrel. This is what they're saying. I mean, I'm not saying people shouldn't look into this, right? You should, right?
When Bush came into office, the per barrel price was about 11. When he left, it was about 50.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, so let's continue. Economic warfare. Saddam called Kuwait's overproduction an act of economic warfare, claiming that every $1 drop in the price of barrel cost Iraq $1 billion a year in lost revenue. Saddam's goal, he demanded that OPEC nations cut production so oil prices would rise to around 22 to 25 per barrel. When diplomatic pressure failed to stop Kuwait from overproducing, Saddam used it as a major pretext to invade Kuwait, but of course there might be some other underlying factors too. Now, let's see here. Who has flooded the market with cheap oil? If you're thinking of a leader or country using market flooding as an economic weapon, it was likely one of these historical events. Saudi Arabia, 1985, 1986, and 2020. In 1985, Saudi Arabia flooded the market with cheap oil to punish other OPEC members who were cheating on quotas, quote unquote, causing crude prices to crash from 30 to under 10 a barrel. In March 2020, Saudi Arabia opened the taps to flood the global market with cheap crude during the price war with Russia. The Soviet Union, like late 1950s, Russia began exporting high volumes of cheap crude into Western Europe, triggering a global price drop and leading to eventual formation of OPEC. So, that's some background, and it's important, it's important to kind of review it because, like I was saying, there's a lot of complexities to that region, and also to the geopolitics that's going on, which, by the way, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I don't think Palestine is pumping any oil. You know what I'm saying? So again, when you look at this, right, it kind of shows you like, how can someone be the perpetual underclass for how long? How long? How long? Just how long? And you see all the activities of who's surrounded and shit, so the surrounding, countries, right? It shows you that there's a lot of, asymmetric conflicts going on there. They agree on some things, they undermine each other on other things. There's a lot of back and forth, but I think when you don't have your own country, what's going on with Palestinians is very similar to like the Kurds, right, in some kind of form. But the only difference is that Palestinians have been in Palestine the whole time, right? Kurds have also been there the whole time. You could say, depending on where the borders change and this kind of dynamic, maybe, but yeah, actually it's pretty much the same, maybe different, slightly different region. Maybe some are more mountainous and things like that. Whereas the Palestine is not that, it's a smaller geographical space, but it's kind of similar. It's kind of similar, fighting for autonomy, fighting for a state, wanting to be recognized somehow, and being in the middle of geopolitics and being in the middle of micro politics with different countries that are your neighbors or your allies or against you, or one day for you, one day against you, depending on what political situation you step into. You know, I mean, think about this. Like, look at what happened with the Kurds. One day they get weapons from the U.S. Another day, the next president says, "Nah, we ain't going to do that. We're not going to give you those weapons." And then what do you do? What do you do? You know, that changes their politics because they want to survive. You know, so it's a lot of shit going on. I think people need to examine. And I think because of that, we got to start demanding it. Not that the U.S. should be the one standing alone. But it's sad that we live in a world today where there's not a lot of cooperation on the global level about reaching agreements regarding situations, conflicts like this. But somebody don't like the word conflict, but you know. But I'm just trying to generalize it so it can apply as broad as possible, right? Because it's not only Palestine. You see where these things are going on, you know, But at some point, you know, it is just kind of crazy to think that it's just continuing and continuing and continuing, and there's just no agreement that's going to be made. There's no progress that's going to be made. Like, at some point, it can't be that way. And I think, you know, I'm an example of one of the people that's like changed my mind on the topic. You know, before I wasn't so concerned, you know. Now I'm kind of really changing, and it's about human rights. It's not about Palestinians necessarily only. It's just about human rights. It's like at some point we have to understand, like, this is a human rights tragedy, and you can't be on the side of human rights while being against Palestinians at this point. It is problematic. To be for Palestinians doesn't mean you're pro-Iranian. It doesn't mean you're pro, terrorism. It doesn't mean you're anti-West. It doesn't mean you're against Jews. You know, it just means you're for human rights. And at some point, you know, their human rights have to be protected, and there has to be solutions applied that haven't been applied before because the other ones have failed. You know, it's got to be pretty clear, you know, at some point. You know, I'm 56 years old. So this issue has been going on my entire life. I'm glad that there's been a lot of people that have protested on behalf of Palestinians, like my whole life. In that way, I'm happy to be part of a people that have protested. And I'm not the only ones. A lot of different Americans have protested on behalf of Palestinians before. You know, I've seen it myself because I'm from D.C. So I know, I'm aware of the protests that go on. You know, even though I'm outside of the country now, but I mean, growing up, it's been there my whole life. And it's never been something about being anti-Jewish. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people need to focus on maybe not just this issue, but a few more issues that are created by this kind of global competitions, you know, between the East and the West. And, yeah, if it can happen, it's probably not going to involve everybody, but the places, you know, that do have big economic power, like China, EU, United States. Russia doesn't really have big economic power. They have a big ass country, but they don't have big economic power, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, they're having strife themselves. You know what I'm saying? They're in the middle of their own conflict, you know, inside of Russia, you know, people and rights and, you know, who's going to be represented, you know, who has the right to lead, these kind of things. But I think the bigger economic powers, China, the EU, who else? The United States should have a role, but I think the United States has to have a role because we got a big military. We can help make things easier if we want to. But yeah, to that degree, I think we are basically a source to the problem at this point, because we're not operating in a role that's creating the peace, which I believe we could. You know what I'm saying? And as long as we're not doing that, it hinders other people from being able to, you know. Because other people don't know where we're going to chime in at all of a sudden. We're they know we're a big military. They know we're a big economic power, and nobody wants to do too much if all of a sudden the U.S. steps in and opposes them. You know, nobody wants to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? It creates a hurdle. It does create a hurdle for progress. So I hope more Americans start reviewing this issue. Of course, you need it in the West too. But we definitely need it in the U.S. because our tax dollars are going to this problem. As long as this issue with Palestine is not rectified, it is an excuse to keep sending weapons and spending our tax dollars in Israel. You got to care about that if you don't care about anything else. Like, it just becomes senseless at some point, Yeah, but listen, y'all.
Yeah, and that could change overnight, V. In terms of if you get some different leadership, not only the DSA folks, but even things like in South Carolina with the Darlene Graham senator seat, if something like that got refilled, the Mitch McConnell seat in Kentucky, maybe not only maybe by Massey, but even somebody that possibly be a Democrat and flip that. And then you have Texas with Talarico, where I think he's now in about a 5-point lead. So, things can change quickly in America, and this funding for Israel could stop pretty much overnight if people got together on that.
Yeah, exactly. I see people. There's some interesting conversation here in the chat, though. Big up to the chat. I see people. You guys are having a side convo. I see there. It's only human rights.
And then you got guys like Mamdani. You got guys like Abdul Sayed running for the senatorship in Michigan. Folks who are also probably going to be a lot more sympathetic to the Palestinians.
Yeah, there is hope. There's hope, and you see, and there's this plan. Look, let's play the plan. Let me see. It's I got to get out of here for this moment, but I'm gonna play this out. This is what is on the table right now as of 48 hours ago. Right? Is people are waiting on Israel to respond. I'm gonna be back with another stream, one more stream today before it's going to be about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA. That's about 9 p.m. Central European Time. But let's hear this.
We're at about 3 hours, V.
Yeah, this is the deal. This is the deal that's on the table being proposed to Israel right now. So I'm gonna let that play, and then you guys let me know what you think. After you hear it, let me know what you think of it, and then we will be back. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I think we will get Michael up here on the next stream. We'll see, but let's go. Let's peep.
US President Donald Trump says an agreement has been reached for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. He announced it on a social media post. Officials on President Trump's border peace say the agreement follows months of delicate negotiations, and a senior Hamas official tells CNN the agreement is contingent on the deployment of an international stabilization force to Gaza and Israel upholding its obligations under the October ceasefire agreement. This happening after a relatively quiet night in the Gulf region with no reported US strikes on Iran. I want to bring in Jeremy Diamond, who's in Jerusalem. Kevin Liptak is at the White House. And I want to start with you, Jeremy, on the details, as we understand it, of what has been agreed on this complete disarmament by Hamas and the militant group's response.
Yeah, that's right, Becky. I mean, this is the first time that Hamas has agreed to actual clear steps to disarm inside of Gaza, steps that they insist and is clear from the document are conditioned upon Israel taking some of its steps of its own inside the Gaza Strip, namely the fact that Hamas will not begin the process of handing over its weapons to this transitional Palestinian government with the support of the International Stabilization Force until Israel ceases fire in the Gaza Strip, pulls back its forces to the yellow line as it was originally agreed to in October and allows for a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. The International Stabilization Force must also first deploy to Gaza before any of this can begin. And that was one of the key points that Ghazi Hamad, a senior Hamas official, made to me when I spoke to him over the phone just in the last couple of hours. He said to me, the agreement is a, quote, package. He said, we will not begin any weapons-related steps until Israel implements these commitments. And he said that unless Israel does so, then Hamas will not proceed. It's important to note that as much as this agreement certainly represents major progress in these negotiations after months of stalemate in negotiations between the Board of Peace and Hamas, it also remains very uncertain whether any of this will still become a reality. And that is because this agreement has been brokered between Hamas and the Board of Peace, the United States, the Arab mediators that are part of this negotiation. But Israel has yet to publicly comment on this agreement at all. And as recently as yesterday, an Israeli official was casting doubt on the emerging agreement, suggesting that it would not be sufficient enough and that nothing short of the full demilitarization of Gaza would work for the Israeli government. It has also insisted, Israel has also insisted, on the weapons being removed from the Gaza Strip, whereas this agreement, as we've seen so far, indicates that heavy weapons will be stored under the auspices of this National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, a technocratic Palestinian government that will be overseen by the U.S.-run Board of Peace. So it's not clear that this is something that Israel can stomach, and whether Israel will uphold its commitments will ultimately determine, I should say, whether or not Hamas moves forward with any of this disarmament process.
And it's really important that you bring up that sort of board of governors, as it were. This is a group of individuals who have not yet been given access on the ground in Gaza to start any of the work that needs to be done, of course. So that will be part of, I guess, what happens next. Kevin, let me bring you in. What the agreement says matters. We've got very little detail, but what it says matters. This is about decommissioning, full decommissioning. What happens next matters even more. Those are the words of Nikolai Mladenov, the official leading the Gaza effort on behalf of the Board of Peace. And he says withdrawal must move in lockstep with decommissioning. So what are you hearing in Washington from the White House about whether or not Israel is on board with this agreement?
Well, they insist that this was negotiated in lockstep with Israel, and they have given a very optimistic assessment of how this moves ahead. They're really framing this as a breakthrough that could lead to the complete transformation of Gaza. But even those officials, I think, are still acknowledging that this is going to be a process that takes time, and that it will be sort of rife with obstacles, military obstacles, political obstacles, before it is fully implemented. And I just want to read you a quote from what one official told reporters yesterday when it comes to Israel's participation in what has been agreed to. They say, quote, "We are not asking Israel for anything other than to implement their commitments under the 20-point plan," referring to the Gaza peace plan that the president had unveiled. They went on to say, "If they do not do that, President Trump will be very disappointed. I do not think the Israelis would want to escalate things with us right now." I think sort of an implicit acknowledgement that relations between President Trump and the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are strained at the moment over the Iran war and Israel's other provocations in the region that he sees as threatening the truce, not only with Iran, so insofar as it exists at all, but also this plan with Gaza. And so even though they do believe that this is a major diplomatic coup in a lot of ways, they do seem to be acknowledging that the road ahead will be very, very difficult, that these are very complicated and reciprocal steps that will need to take place before the true fruits of this labor will be accomplished. But there was a lot of work that went into it, and they do believe that this is now a success that the president can tout in in a region where he has had trouble finding successes over the last several months.
Good to have you. And Jeremy, thanks to you as well there in Israel.
Joining us now is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. Ambassador Danon, thanks so much for joining us. An Israeli source just told us that the issue of Gaza did not come up during Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's White House meeting with President Trump earlier this week. President Trump says he supports this new agreement with Hamas. Hamas says it supports the agreement. What about Israel?
Good morning, Wolf. Basically, we support the plan of President Trump, the 20 points. We think it's an important initiative. We endorsed it, and we're looking forward to implement it. But we have to look at what's happening on the ground and not what Hamas is saying. No one trusts a terrorist organization. You have to verify what they are doing, not what they are saying. But we are committed to the plan. I want to remind you, Wolf, that last week the Israeli cabinet approved the entrance of ISF troops, the International Stabilization Force.
All right, I'm just going to read something real quick right here because it's interesting what he says. They agree with the plan, right? But then he says one other thing. I'm going to bring it right back. This statement right here.
You have to verify.
You have to verify. You hear that? One more time.
Forward to implement it. But we have to look at what's happening on the ground and not what Hamas is saying. No one trusts a terrorist organization. You have to verify what they are doing, not what they are saying.
Right. You have to verify what they're doing, not what they're saying. Okay. So let's go back to the agreement, right? Let's go back to the agreement. Here it is. Let me see here. Here it is right here. Boom. All right. It says significant. Okay, here we go. Let me bring it. Significant progress on the new agreement framework was announced in late July 2026. That's just a few days ago. Building on the multi-phase U.S. brokered comprehensive peace plan initiated 2025. Hamas agreed to phase disarmament deal alongside transferring civilian governance to a neutral body in exchange for an Israeli military withdrawal and cessation of strikes. Phase disarmament, key term deal. This is part of the deal that he says they agree with the deal. Hamas and other Gaza fractions agreed to hand over police weapons and begin decommissioning heavy weaponry, military sites, and tunnels over a multi-month period. Governance transition. Again, this is part of the deal. Hamas dissolved its civil administration to transfer power to a U.S.-backed UN support technocratic Palestinian body, a national committee for the administration of Gaza, U.S.-backed. Okay. So let me see here. Hold on. Now, there's one other thing here. Right. Look at this. This is the agreement. Guarantors, current status and major challenges. Guarantors. The agreement was brokered by the United States, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey. While Israel was involved in the negotiations, it is not a direct signatory to the specific phase of the deal. Execution, implementation, heavy skeptic. Okay, so hold on. Here's one other thing. Before Hamas begins decommissioning and handing over its heavy weapons, such as rockets, mortars, anti-tank missiles, and military infrastructure, the group has outlined several specific prerequisites that Israel and international mediators must meet. This is part of the deal. Full Israeli withdrawal. Hamas insists on total withdrawal of Israeli Defense, IDF, from all parts of the Gaza Strip, including key buffer zones, border corridor, and major transit routes before the heavy weapons phase can be completed. Permanent halt to attacks. Hamas demands an explicit, verified, and end to all Israeli attacks, artillery bombardments, targeted assassinations, and military incursions. They view their military arsenal as a primary deterrent and refuse to surrender heavy arms while under threat of immediate strikes. Deployment of international oversight. This is third part. Rather than surrendering weapons directly to Israel, Hamas has agreed to place heavy arms into storage under the supervision of who? the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, NCAG, a neutral U.S.-backed Palestinian technocratic government, also an international stabilization force made up of partner nations to monitor the ceasefire and ensure Israel does not resume offensive operations once the weapons are secured. Guarantees for reconstruction and political self-determination. Hamas links a long-term permanent surrender of its arsenal to broader political conditions. Unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid and immediate launch of Gaza's post-war reconstruction. Formal international guarantees supporting. You there, Mike? Oh no, this is Eric. Self-determination. Yeah. Self-determination and concrete path towards the independent Palestinian state. Okay, so let me see. Now, it says Israeli counter perspective. These conditions create major sticking points. The Israeli government maintains a complete and genuine demilitarization of Gaza must happen first as a security baseline, expressing deep skepticism. Okay, so hold on. Let me see something here. Who is overseeing the Palestinian what is it? Not government, but interim. What did they call it? They called it a technocratic. What is it? Government? I guess you guys, right? Let's just call it that for the question. Technocratic interim government. And who is overseeing the disarmament? I'm just curious about that part. Who's watching? In other words, who are the guarantors? Under the framework established for Gaza, two separate governing and military structures working under the overreaching international oversight and tasked with managing the transitional administration and overseeing disarmament. Oversight, the Palestinian interim technocratic government. The interim government running civil administration and National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, led by the Chief Commissioner Ali Shath, if I said that right. Direct oversight, the NCAG is overseen by the Board of Peace, BOP, an international body chaired by the U.S. President Donald Trump and featuring an executive board including U.S. and regional officials. Diplomatic High Representative, the daily diplomatic supervision of the NCAG on behalf of the Board of Peace is handled by the High Representative Nikolai Malda. Who is this? Let me see this. Nikolai, who is that, man? That's a Russian is that a Russian official? I believe so. All right. Who is? I'm just curious about that. I'm gonna read the rest of this though before asking. All right. Okay, oversight disarmament process. This is what I wanted to know. Physical decommissioning, collection, and verification of heavy weapons are supervised by the combination of military forces and international verification mechanism. Military oversight on the ground, the International Stabilization Force, the ISF. So here it is right here. This is what I was getting at. Physical decommissioning, collection, and verification of heavy weapons are supervised by a combination of military forces and international verification mechanisms. Military oversight on the ground, International Stabilization Forces, ISF, the UN-mandated multinational peacekeeping force, is responsible for supervising the collection and securing of weapons. The ISF is commanded by the U.S. Major General Jesper Jeffers, with the deputy leadership provided by Indonesia alongside the troops, several partner nations such as Morocco, Kazakhstan, Albania, and Turkey. Verification oversight, a specialized international verification committee, IVC, comprising representatives from the Board of Peace, regional guarantor nations such as Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, and ISF, is tasked with certifying that both Hamas is decommissioning its weapons and Israel is fulfilling its. So this is the thing. Storage control. Heavy weapons are handed over to storage under the dual custody of the NCAG and the ISF rather than being surrendered directly. So I'm not understanding here what the issue is, because all of it's being overseen pretty much by the international community. So look at this. First I want to do this, then I'm going to ask another question. Who is overseeing the withdrawal of Israeli forces and the decommissioning of Palestine? I know I already asked that, but I just want a complete sentence. Palestinian weaponry. Okay, so now first let me go back to this one right here. Let me go back to this one. Right, here it is. Oh, he's Bulgarian. Okay. Nikolai Maldonov. Okay. Veteran Bulgarian diplomat, former politician who serves as a high representative for Gaza on the peace. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Career board appointed. Okay, UN special for coordinator Middle East process 215, 220. UN envoy 213, 250, served the UN Secretary General. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood who that was. All right, so here. Concurrent withdrawal of Israeli forces and decommissioning of Palestinian weaponry are managed through a coordinated, multi-layered international framework. Verification compliance, the International Verification Committee. The primary mechanism responsible for certifying both processing is the international verification. Listen, this is, to me, this is insufficient. What this guy just said right here. What the Israeli representative said is bullshit. To me, it's bullshit, because somebody else is in charge of both groups. Someone else is observing both groups. Someone else is organizing, is processing, is directing what's going to happen. It's not the Israelis. The Israelis are being directed to withdraw their troops and to stop firing on Gaza, while at the same time, the same organization that is directing Israel is directing the Palestinians. So let me just make sure I hear this again. I mean, that's how I read this. So let me just break this down. People, look, just let's go through this. People can replay this video right here. Physical disarmament, security, on the ground, international stabilization force, ISF, physical collection, securing and decommission. Right. What the command led by Major General Jesper Jeffers. Exactly. Troop contributing nation partners. Right, exactly. Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Albania, Kosovo, supported by training programs from Egypt and Jordan. They would need that for language issues, weapons and cultural issues. Weapons, rockets, stockpiles, military infrastructure, tunnels, and launch sites surrendered to the security. Right, rather than being handled directly to the exactly. ISF works alongside newly blah blah blah. Okay, civil and technical handover, National Committee of the Administration of Gaza. Okay, transfer. Okay, overreaching political diplomatic oversight, peace aboard. Okay, yes. So who is directing Israeli forces to leave? I just want to make sure it's the same group. So I got to ask every question. Let me see here. It's IDF withdraw. Okay, in military terms, the direction for the Israeli forces to withdraw involves three distinct levels: political leadership, direct commanders. Okay, yeah. IDF diplomatic ceasefire triggers the border peace. Yeah. While Israel's government holds direct command over its troops, the timing and phased out schedule of the withdrawal are dictated by the parameters of the International Board of Peace, BOP. Board of Leadership. President Donald Trump says that a lot. Synchronization under the international framework, diplomatic command. Right, because if you got the UN involved, this is detailed and comprehensive, every little step. I don't understand what the rest of it is. It seems to me like he's asking to have more power than the UN, to have more power than the Board of Peace, to have more power than the Palestinians. Israel is asking to have more say than anybody else. When, if you want it to work, both parties have to agree to be directed themselves out of this mess. Synchronization, verification, IVC, confirming Palestinian police Hamas fractions have completed corresponding phases, weapons. Right. So in other words, this is already a detailed step-by-step thing. So when Israel says, yeah, but they have to completely disarm first, that's like saying you're against the actual plan, because the plan is not about who does what first. Everybody's doing something first. You're being directed according to this group's own verification. Israel won't be able to verify. Palestine won't be able to verify. It's someone else doing all the verification, watching both parties, operational coordination on the ground to avoid security vacuums or incidental clashes as Israeli forces retreat. International stabilization forces, led by U.S. Major General Yasser Yefes, the ISF acts as the tactical buffer as Israel forces receive orders from the IDF chain of command to vacate. There it is. So let me just go back to this. Let's see here. Let's do it.
During Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's White House meeting with President Trump earlier this week, President Trump says he supports this new agreement with Hamas. Hamas says it supports
and that's
the
just
agreement.
it. Master B, can they get them to cooperate? Because it seems like lately that Trump just hasn't had a lot of success with actually getting Israel to follow the plan.
Yeah, it seems very comprehensive. And yeah, I just don't understand it, man. I mean, I do understand in one way, but I try not to assume, but it is hard to not notice that. To me, it just seems like Israel is not cooperating with anybody. Not the U.S., not the international community, not any of the parties. And this took a lot of work. And I don't like Trump myself, but I'm smart enough to understand that this is not Trump. Once you involve the UN, they're the experts in all of this shit. Trump could never create a plan better than the UN's plan, because that's what the UN does. They do this specifically. They are the experts in this kind of stuff. So Trump is just a guy who's got his name on it saying, yeah, we're willing to help however we can to whatever the international community needs. We're willing to help out with, you know what I'm saying? Bring people together, whatever else, if that helps you guys be able to get in the picture and do what you normally do, right? But yeah, let's play some more. Let's play. That's crazy, man.
Israel.
Good morning, Wolf. Basically, we support the plan of President Trump, the 20 points. We think it's an important initiative. We endorsed it, and we're looking forward to implement it. But we have to look at what's happening on the ground and not what Hamas is saying. You know, no one trusts a terrorist organization. You have to verify what they are doing, not what they are saying. But we are committed to the plan. I want to remind you, Wolf, that last week the Israeli cabinet approved the entrance.
So in other words, that statement right there, that's like him preaching to the UN. You know, or preaching to everybody else that's a part of this deal. You know, you have to verify what they did. Yeah, but that's what they're there to do, to verify. That's specifically their job.
Looking forward to implement it. But we have to look at what's happening on the ground and not what Hamas is saying. You know,
nobody's talking about listening to what Hamas is saying. That's not what they're doing. They're verifying. Verifying is not listening to what somebody says. I mean,
no one trusts a terrorist organization. You have to verify what they are doing, not what they are saying. But we are committed to the plan. I want to remind you, Wolf, that last week the Israeli cabinet approved the entrance of ISF troops, the International Stabilization Force, into Gaza, and that was part of the agreement. Now, we have to realize that the main point in the plan of the president is disarmament of Hamas. And the question is, what is disarmament? Because I heard some reports coming from Gaza that Hamas played with the idea that maybe they will move the weapons from one warehouse to another.
No, this is bullshit. You know, again, it's unverified. What he's saying, come on, what is this? Listen, it is what... How do you say you heard something without giving a source? Secondly, it doesn't matter what you heard. Don't you realize a peacekeeping force is coming in there to administrate this between you and the other party who have had a what, 60-year conflict with each other? Like, someone else is doing the work that you couldn't do, either party for that matter. You know, however you want to see it. I'm not, you know, you got to make neutral statements to just keep it, to make it very clear. Somebody else is coming in to solve the problem that could not be solved. You know, that's what I just read. There's troops coming from like 8 different countries, peacekeeping troops to administer Israel and Hamas coming to peace. So, you know, they're the ones that are overseeing it. They're the ones that are going to administrate it. They're the ones that are going to verify. Nobody else verifies nothing. Period. You know, and it's interesting that he's using this language.
That's not disarmament. Disarmament means to remove the weapons completely from the Gaza Strip, that Hamas will not have the capability to even touch this weapon again.
You know, he's going way beyond what's even necessary to be said, that Hamas doesn't have the ability to touch these weapons again. Listen, it's in detailed what is going to happen with those weapons. There is already a progressive, comprehensive plan put in, you know, in writing. What's in that plan is what they're going to do. That's exactly what they're intending to do. And there's nowhere in that plan where it says they plan on overlooking or letting people just move weapons around any way they want. No, it's the exact opposite. So this is just, you know, it's just sounds like they're being uncooperative themselves, you know, to be honest. That's my opinion.
A Hamas senior official of Hamas now says the group will only disarm if Israel first stops firing in Gaza, if Israel withdraws its troops to what's called the Yellow Line and allows a surge of new humanitarian aid and permits the Palestinian Committee appointed by the Board of Peace to take over Gaza's governance. Yes or no? Will it?
Yeah, look at this. This is what Hamas says. Watch how he shakes his head. And look, but you got to ask, is what they're asking unreasonable? Look at this.
Now says the group will only disarm if Israel first stops firing in Gaza.
What's wrong with Israel stop firing in Gaza so they can start disarming? What's wrong with that?
If Israel withdraws its troops to what's called the Yellow Line.
Yellow Line. That's not total withdrawal. That's a Yellow Line.
And allows a surge of new humanitarian aid.
You have to make room for the other forces and permits humanitarian aid.
The Palestinian Committee appointed by the Board of Peace to take over Gaza's governance.
I don't understand what is the issue here. I don't understand it. You know, the Board of Peace is not coming in there without UN troops. Let's see here. Is the Board of Peace? I'm only looking at the agreement. Is the Board of Peace going entrance into Gaza going to be accompanied by the UN forces? Just curious about this. It's better to look it up. I never try, even if I suspect something, or you know, I never actually assume, right? So let me see here. Okay. The International Stabilization Force, right, is going in. Okay, so here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Just want to make sure I have this right. Okay, let's see here. It's the ISF. All right. So here it is, y'all. It's crazy, man. So this is what the actual plan is right here, right? Is the ISF going to accompany the board's interests? Yes, the International Stabilization Force, ISF, and the Board of Peace move together as two sides of the same international apparatus. The board provides political leadership while the ISF provides physical boots on the ground security. So they're saying make room so they can come in. Step one, stop firing, move back to the yellow line, and make room so they can come in. Physical security diplomatic entrance. When high-level envoys, technical directors, or civilian members of Board of Peace and National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, NCAG, enter zones with Gaza, the ISF provides their security perimeter and armed escorts. Sector by sector pioneer strategy. Rather than sending civilian administrators into unmonitored zones, the process is phased by region, beginning with the pilot project in Rafah sector. The ISF enters first to establish an operational foothold. So that's the international peacekeeping force entering in first, coordinated with the retreating Israel forces outside of active. What's happening here? So this guy,
and that's according to the Jerusalem Post, and they're not
exactly.
They're not exactly lefties.
They're not lefties, and they're telling you this is the plan. And this dude is acting like he don't know what the fucking plan is, man. Look, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Here.
That's not disarmament.
Let's just hear this again.
Now, we have to realize that the main point in the plan of the president is disarmament of Hamas. And the question is, what is disarmament? Because I heard some reports coming from Gaza.
Here it is. He's asking, what is disarmament? We just read what it means, really, in practical terms. But watch.
That Hamas played with the idea that maybe they will move the weapons from one warehouse to another. That's not disarmament.
Sorry, buddy, but they're going to go through every sector. What is he talking about? This is crazy, man. He's like, they're going to move it around.
Blitzer looks like his BS meter is about to explode.
Yeah, we should zoom in on Wolf Blitzer. Here, let's hear some more.
And disarmament means to remove the weapons completely from the Gaza Strip, that Hamas will not have the capability to even touch this weapon again.
A Hamas senior official of Hamas now says the group will only disarm if Israel first stops firing in Gaza, if Israel withdraws its troops to what's called the Yellow Line and allows a surge of new humanitarian aid and permits the Palestinian Committee appointed by the Board of Peace to take over Gaza's governance. Yes or no? Will Israel agree to all of that?
I think those issues we can discuss and we can resolve. You know, the sequence, the mechanism, you know, there is no trust. That's obvious. When we dealt with Hamas, we saw what they did on October 7th with the hostages. So there is no trust, but you can build the sequence with the mediators. The main point is...
Then nobody's asking you to trust them. They don't trust you. The international community is not trusting anybody. The peacekeepers, they're not there to trust. They're there to secure and guarantee, you know. So this is like he again, it is like he's responding like he doesn't care what you come up with. Whatever plan it is, it ain't good enough for us. That's what it sounds like.
It's obvious. When we dealt with Hamas, we saw what they did on October 7th with the hostages. So there is no trust, but you can build the sequence with the mediators. The main point is whether Hamas is actually willing to disarm or not.
If you get the fuck out of there, if you go back to the Yellow Line and stop firing, they've agreed to it already.
Because if they are playing games and they offer cosmetic solutions, it will not work for us. You know, disarmament means the weapon is out of Gaza. They have no control of the weapon.
But that's not agreed to. The weapons are not, that's not agreed to. The weapons is that someone else is going. The deal is someone else is going to secure those heavy weapons. You know, they will have to have a police force at some point. Just that's local petty weapons. You know, but in any case, there's a peace keeping group that's staying there. So,
and then we can move forward. Otherwise, you know, they will start to play games, and we are not naive and we are not stupid.
A U.S. official now tells CNN that President Trump would be, quote, very, very disappointed, end quote, if Israel does not adhere to its end of this peace plan. Should President Trump be prepared to be disappointed, Ambassador?
Absolutely not. President Trump and the administration, they saw what happened on the ground. We complied with the agreement so far. We did everything that we had to do. It was Hamas who was playing game about disarmament. The question is if they are willing to now to disarm. If they agreed and they are willing to give away the weapons, we will see progress. But
how do you know if you don't do step one? Step one is stop firing on them and move back to the yellow line. That's in the agreement. That's part of the deal. So that the peacekeeping troops can come in and escort in the the Board of Peace, right? So you have what is this called? The military wing is the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, led by Major General Jesper. He needs you to move back to the yellow line and stop firing so that they can accompany the BOP, the Board of Peace. That's what it says right here. I mean, there it is. International Stabilization Force, ISF, and Board of Peace move together as two sides of the same international apparatus. The board provides political leadership while the ISF provides the physical boots on the ground security. Physical security for diplomatic entrance when a high level. Right. This is it. I mean, we went through this, man.
But if it's a game, then we're going to have to go back to negotiations.
If it's a game, to go back to what negotiation? There's nothing else to negotiate. There is nothing better. There's no better deal to get. This is the deal of a lifetime.
Let's turn to the broader war with Iran right now, Ambassador. Neither the Iranian media nor the U.S. military has reported.
It seems to me
any
that
new
he just
strike.
wants the status quo to continue.
Yeah, basically, that's what it looks like to me too. And I'm sad as an American citizen to hear that, because I'm watching and I'm getting a sense of like what I feel, because I don't typically analyze like the Israeli government. You know what I mean? The U.S. We've been allies with Israel for a long time. We should have trust. But I have to say, they don't cooperate like a group we should trust. I'm just saying, like he's talking about trust of Hamas. I'm like, I think Americans, we should consider whether we can trust the Israeli government with what they say, and I just don't think it is, because look, think about this. I don't like Trump. I fucking hate Trump, but I can recognize that you cannot fool people with this. See, even a dumb motherfucker like Trump may have wanted to fool people. He might have thought it's easy, but once you bring in the international community, the buck stops there. You see, this is not the first rodeo. You see, so, immediately experts, there's loads of world people and experts in this that want there to be peace. They want peace for Palestinians. They want peace for Israelis. So they're going to come in. These people are all around. These people are all a part of making this plan. So you can't fool them. They already know what the issues are better than anybody has ever known it, better than any Israeli or Palestinian would know. Why? Because they've been there studying it the whole time too. It's like, come on. The whole world has been studying and watching this and collecting the data from this and talking about this. There's nothing else to be known, But this guy, he's pretending like somehow you can fool these people, or I think he's just attempting to fool American people, to be honest. He's on CNN. He's not fooling anybody else. You saw how are they really look at who he's criticizing in that statement. This is who he's criticizing, man. He's criticizing these people. Look at this, bro. Look at this. This is insane. But this is who he's criticizing. This is who he's criticizing. He's criticizing the stabilization force. Hold on. Look at this. He's criticizing the International Stabilization Force led by U.S. Major General Jesper Jeffers, bro. And the ISF acts as the tactical buffer as Israeli forces receive orders from the IDF chain of command to vacate specific corridors and neighborhoods. General Jeff, he's dissing this general, bro. That's who he's doing. He's dissing the competence of a U.S. general. First of all, right? I mean, how you going to do that, bro? We've been defending your ass the whole time. Now we ain't good enough to do it? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Right? This is just, look, and then there's more. There's more because look at all these people here. Look at this. Look who else is involved in this. Look at this. Political leadership, direct commanders, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Minister of Defense, as a blah, 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 IDF chief. Okay. You two diplomatic. This is what I'm talking about. Look. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Did I missed everybody involved. Let me see. Hold on. Let me. Oh, here it is. Right. Here we go. Physical disarmament and security on the ground, international. So look, command led by U.S. General, right? Troops contributing, partner countries providing personnel, including Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Albania, Kosovo, supported by training programs from Egypt, Jordan. So he's dissing. All of these people want to know what's going on. They're not going to commit troops to something that is not well defined, right? But let me see here. Hold on. Look at this. Political overreaching board of peace. Look, highest levels, the entire process overseen by the board of peace. Look, mandated by the UN Security Council resolution. This is a mandate. So that means the UN Security Council knows the tiniest details. You cannot fool these people. I'm not saying that regular troops don't make mistakes when they're on the ground. Yeah, of course, because these are just regular people, regular guys. Some military people sometimes commit crimes, right? But I'm talking about in terms of the comprehensive look at this. Oh, you best believe, man, the UN is scrutinizing every little detail. It's their mandate. I think people need to recognize what this is and especially this guy, and I think he's talking to American people because he thinks American people are stupid, bro. That's what I think it is. But listen, I'm aware of how these things work on a human rights level. I'm aware this is not a joke. These are not people that just on the willy-nilly come up with fucking ideas. No, man. No. These are people that are used to processing and collecting loads of quantitative and qualitative data on conflicts globally. That means they're reading every little story about a baby being snatched out of a mother's womb to, a kid whose head got chopped off, or a kid who was a child soldier, or anything, any story, rape, sexual assault on a military level, sexual, using war, using sex crimes as war apparatus, all kinds of things, of horrible things that exist in reality. Goddamn mass graves, goddamn people being starved to death, watching people starving in starvation camp, all types of atrocities, and the quantitative data behind it. How many died? Who? Man, woman, child. What ethnicity? How many different groups of ethnicities? What types of religions? Such comprehensive data, man. I mean, people need to realize that, this is a lot. And I don't like Trump, but I'm just telling you, a lot has been brought to the table to get to this point. And anytime you hear Hamas, you think Hamas don't have lawyers? You think Hamas is not dealing? You think Palestinians don't have people in the UN looking at every little piece and milk and cranny of this? You think all types of bodies around the world are not looking at this shit? They are. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching this. If they bubble this shit, it's over for Israel, bro. Nobody is going to have faith in them anymore, man. This is and see, this is the thing. It doesn't even matter about Trump. It doesn't even matter. It's beyond his. Trump is way out of this. He ain't got nothing to do with this no more. Trump is just in it for his own ego. But once everything else comes into the picture, the UN is on the table, boy. It's over. It's a wrap. The international community is here, showed up. And, this is a different story here.
Let's jump in the middle. Let's jump in the middle of 1,000-year-old holy war. No thanks.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like these folks, they just they know what the issues are, man. Nobody wanted to do exactly like you say. No one's just going to jump in there willy nilly. You know what I mean? They know that it's difficult, you know. So I'm just listening to this guy, man. Come on, let's listen to some more and then we out of here. Damn. It's damn 4.5 hours. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna let this play out and I'm gone. I promise.
Yeah,
It's 5 more
4 hours,
minutes. Yeah, I'm out. All right.
Hitting inside Iran overnight, marking a dramatic change from Wednesday when the U.S. launched a very heavy wave of attacks targeting various places inside Iran. Is Israel aware of some sort of change in policy towards Iran right now?
We are discussing those issues. Prime Minister Netanyahu had a very successful visit in Washington. You know, there are a few options to deal with Iran. You can hopefully do it diplomatically, or you apply economical sanctions, or you use military force. I think the president and the prime minister, they think that they have to achieve the goal. And the goal is to make sure that Iran cannot have nuclear capabilities. That is the main point. I think that's where the president is heading. And also we have to realize, Wolf, that Iran is very aggressive. They attacked 12 countries in the last few weeks. So it's also about what they will do, what they are willing to do. And I think you have to keep all options on the table.
As you just pointed out, several Gulf Arab nations are getting pulled further and further into this war with Iran. Saudi Arabia, for example, conducting joint strikes with the U.S. against Iranian proxies this week. Where does Israel stand on the growing collaboration between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia? Does Israel support it?
We welcome collaboration with moderate countries. We collaborated with the UAE and other countries in the region, and we will welcome to see more countries joining this moderate group that fights the radicals from Iran. You know, it's not about Israel fighting Iran or the US. It's about moderate countries fighting evil radical regime. So hopefully one day we will see the Saudis joining the Abraham Accords. I think President Trump can deliver that in the 2 years he has in the White House.
The Saudis say they will normalize relations with Israel and join the Abraham Accords, but only if Israel first accepts what's called a two-state solution, a new state of Palestine emerging alongside Israel. Do you think Israel is inclined to do that?
So, Wolf, I have news for you. 3 years ago, before October 7th, we were negotiating with the Saudis, and we were able to find the language to accommodate their requests and our request. So I think it's possible. We signed a peace agreement with Egypt, with Jordan, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, Morocco. I think we can find a way to negotiate and to find agreement with the Saudis. Also to address the Palestinian issue, which as we see now, you know, Hamas is still in power in Gaza, and that's the main obstacle for any development there.
So just to be precise, Ambassador, Israel's open to the idea of a new state of Palestine emerging alongside Israel, the two-state solution, as it's called. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely not. After October 7th, no one is discussing the option of a Palestinian state today in Israel. We are concerned about our security. We want to see the Palestinians prosper, have better life under a moderate regime and not Hamas regime. But the idea of a state, it's not on the table.
Well, Saudi,
you heard that. The idea of a state is not on the table. So that means there won't be the Abraham Accords. That means there pretty much ain't going to be any peace. So, it sounds like it. And that's really tragic because, you know, a lot of people have worked towards it. A lot of American tax dollars have gone to it. A lot of lives are going to this. It's spreading, you know, and you got to I myself, I question them. And listen, I'm not a joker when it comes to doing research. I know a lot of people that know a lot about this conflict, but I'm a very conservative person. I don't claim to know everything when I don't. But when I bother to research a topic, when I bother to, I know how to comprehend what I'm reading and what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. And I'm capable of drawing in a lot of different forms of information. And what I hear from this gentleman on the screen here is basically he don't want peace, you know, and I'm sorry to hear that, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, I will be back, y'all, 6 hours from now. Appreciate everybody. Click the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I appreciate the chat was pretty interesting today. It's an interesting topic, you know, a serious topic. A lot of lives in the balance over this topic. So appreciate y'all. I'll be back later today, all right? Fuck Trump. But I hope this works.
Yeah.
Release the Epstein files, by the way, too. All right, y'all. Peace.
Yeah, good night, everyone. Thanks, Master B.
Yeah, peace, Eric. Peace, Eric. Peace, everybody. One.
Controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack, and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear. But they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear. And they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, then you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, then you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One love.
To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When I'm out walking, sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist, giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of bias, educational methods, twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate, understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate, we can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong.
Thank you.